Sunflower grower is flower. Stop support your local K-State extermination on sunflower production and sunflower markets.
Seasons change, but your land stays the same. You need the right solutions to keep you moving. That's why you rely on Acres Equipment, your Nebraska-owned premier John Deere dealership. Whether you're harvesting, protecting your crops, feeding the herd, maintaining your lawn, improving your business, or letting off some steam, Acres has what you need to get the job done. Acres Equipment, solutions for every field.
Hoxie Implement Company is your place to go for all your farming needs. When it comes to farm equipment, Case IH is the name you can trust and rely on. And Hoxie Implement Company has a wide variety of new and used equipment to help make your farming operation a profitable one. So whether you need a new combine, tractor, sprayer, corn head, drills, or any other farm equipment, Hoxie Implement Company can take care of all your farming needs. Bring the future of farming into today by contacting the professional and friendly staff of Hoxie Implement Company.
Sentinel, the industry-leading liquid row monitor from Surefire Ag, eliminates costly mistakes that could subtract revenue from your bottom line. Sentinel utilizes your existing in-cab display to provide instant notification of flow variances and row blockages. Sentinel is the smart choice that pays for itself. Quick Draw drives sprayer productivity. Surefire Ag's automated spray tender system can meter, mix, and load a 1,000-gallon batch in just 8 minutes. Less time loading means more acres sprayed. Quick Draw from Surefire Ag, driving sprayer productivity. Learn more at surefireag.com.
We at American Agricultural Laboratory in McCook, Nebraska are celebrating our 45th anniversary. Dr. Bob Olson started the laboratory as Olson's Lab, making its mark in the agriculture community. Christine joined Olson's Lab team in 2003 as laboratory technician with 17 years of experience in the agricultural field. Kevin and Skip each have been with the lab for 34 years, both starting as chemists, Kevin becoming the lab manager and Skip becoming head of IT. In 2007, Christine and Kevin purchased the laboratory from Dr. Olson. Combining their 42 years of lab experience and different strengths, they first focused on customer service. This, along with proven proficiency of results, helped to more than double the client base in the first 3 years. At that time, the lab was just under 10,000 square feet and getting tight. In 2014, the name was changed to American Agricultural Laboratory to reflect the national and international growth of the company. In July 2015, renovations on a 36,000 square foot building began to accommodate more samples and equipment. By January 2016, American Agricultural Laboratory was fully functional in the new location at 700 West D Street in McCook. The spacious new building was designed to maximize flow and production while housing state-of-the-art equipment and provide a comfortable work environment for the staff. After many years of testing soil, fertilizer, manure, feed, plant tissue, water, and heavy metals, soil health was introduced and continues to grow and be very exciting. We are dedicated to customer service, excellence in our analysis, and progress in agronomy. Thank you to the clients who have gotten us this far. Welcome to new prospective clients and friends. We look forward to continuing to provide you with analysis you can grow with.
Takes a certain kind of person to farm this land. There are the kind who say, this is the way we've always done things. Then there are those fearless ones who see every seed, acre, and piece of equipment as an opportunity to upend expectations. Those are the ones who don't just have a farm, but run a business. Who treat every row tilled, hour logged, and crop harvested like their bottom line depends on it. Because it does. So they don't stand around hoping for the best. Instead, they run the best in the field. Like machines that don't just meet the demands of the job, but beat them. The kind that put an emphasis on performance, not paint color. And ones that can be trusted to be there for the long haul. Those are the ones who turn to Fendt. Because every day, every season is out there for the taking. But only for those who are ready to grow bold.
Probably on, how do we want to do that? I guess just leave it open on a web page right now.
bless Griffin heart, he was already working on it when I called him. Because I said, do you need me to help you get those done? He goes, no, no. He goes, I had to go through each step to download the program, but he goes, we got it going. He goes, how do I know if it's working? And I said, well, text in the answer to yourself. And he goes, oh, yeah, good idea.
Now, I don't know if I can reset everything. If one of us can reset everything from the poll everywhere window, or if they need to. I told Jordan, I said, when you test it, when you start back up, make sure you do the, was it clear responses or whatever it is.
I think, you know what, at the beginning, once we get rolling, I'll just go in and clear responses on all the questions. Does that sound okay?
I think that'd be good.
Okay. That way we know that everything's
All right. There's already 8 people logged on.
oh. You know what?
Oh, you know what? Which I should make sure I'm muted. I'm not.
Well, go into participants and see who's there. It might be our agents.
No, I seen Alan Shee was there, Matt Dreyer, Paul Vincent.
Dylan, Cody. Okay.
There. Hi guys, hope this has been entertaining. I'm gonna mute now.
The National Sunflower Association's mission is to work on problems and opportunities for improvement for growers and our support industry. Research is one way of completing this mission. This includes funding projects to look at weed control, insects, plant spacing, and maturity for double crop sunflowers. You can check out results of this research on the National Sunflower Association website at www.sunflowernsa.com. While you're on the website, you can also sign up for the weekly newsletter called Sunflower Highlights. It includes highlights in markets and agronomic practices. If you are a new or returning grower to sunflowers, stop by your local K-State Extension office and pick up your High Plains Sunflower Production Handbook. The National Sunflower Association is your source for the latest information on sunflower production and sunflower markets.
Seasons change, but your land stays the same. You need the right solutions to keep you moving. That's why you rely on Acres Equipment, your Nebraska-owned premier John Deere dealership. Whether you're harvesting, protecting your crops, feeding the herd, maintaining your lawn, improving your business, or letting off some steam, Acres has what you need to get the job done. Acres Equipment, solutions for every field.
Hoxie Implement Company is your place to go for all your farming needs. When it comes to farm equipment, Case IH is the name you can trust and rely on. And Hoxie Implement Company has a wide variety of new and used equipment to help make your farming operation a profitable one. So whether you need a new combine, tractor, sprayer, corn head, drills, or any other farm equipment, Hoxie Implement Company can take care of all your farming needs. Bring the future of farming into today by contacting the professional and friendly staff of Hoxie Implement Company.
Sentinel, the industry-leading liquid row monitor from Surefire Ag, eliminates costly mistakes that could subtract revenue from your bottom line. Sentinel utilizes your existing in-cab display to provide instant notification of flow variances and row blockages. Sentinel is the smart choice that pays for itself. Quick Draw drives sprayer productivity. Surefire Ag's automated spray tender system can meter, mix, and load a 1,000-gallon batch in just 8 minutes. Less time loading means more acres sprayed. Quick Draw from Surefire Ag, driving sprayer productivity. Learn more at surefireag.com.
We at American Agricultural Laboratory in McCook, Nebraska are celebrating our 45th anniversary. Dr. Bob Olson started the laboratory as Olson's Lab, making its mark in the agriculture community. Christine joined Olson's Lab team in 2003 as laboratory technician with 17 years of experience in the agricultural field. Kevin and Skip each have been with the lab for 34 years, both starting as chemists. Kevin becoming the lab manager and Skip becoming head of IT. In 2007, Christine and Kevin purchased the laboratory from Dr. Olson. Combining their 42 years of lab experience and different strengths, they first focused on customer service. This, along with proven proficiency of results, helped to more than double the client base in the first 3 years. At that time, the lab was just under 10,000 square feet and getting tight. In 2014, the name was changed to American Agricultural Laboratory to reflect the national and international growth of the company. In July 2015, renovations on a 36,000 square foot building began to accommodate more samples and equipment. By January 2016, American Agricultural Laboratory was fully functional in the new location at 700 West D Street in McCook. The spacious new building was designed to maximize flow and production while housing state-of-the-art equipment and provide a comfortable work environment for the staff. After many years of testing soil, fertilizer, manure, feed, plant tissue, water, and heavy metals, soil health was introduced and continues to grow and be very exciting. We are dedicated to customer service, excellence in our analysis, and progress in agronomy. Thank you to the clients who have gotten us this far. Welcome to new prospective clients and friends. We look forward to continuing to provide you with analysis you can grow with.
Takes a certain kind of person to farm this land. There are the kind who say, this is the way we've always done things. Then there are those fearless ones who see every seed, acre, and piece of equipment as an opportunity to upend expectations. Those are the ones who don't just have a farm, but run a business. Who treat every row tilled, hour logged, and crop harvested like their bottom line depends on it. Because it does. So they don't stand around hoping for the best. Instead, they run the best in the field. Like machines that don't just meet the demands of the job, but beat them. The kind that put an emphasis on performance, not paint color. And ones that can be trusted to be there for the long haul. Those are the ones who turn to Fendt. Because every day, every season is out there for the taking. But only for those who are ready to grow bold.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 18th Annual Cover Your Acres Winter Conference. I appreciate all of you taking the time this afternoon to join us in this alternative way of doing it this year. And so we're gonna make the best of it. And I think we have a great afternoon put together for you, trying to focus on really some key topics and doing it in a condensed way that fits everyone's schedule and helps get us through this whole COVID situation. So again, welcome. We'll start off here just a few minutes with a few housekeeping items before we get started with our first talk at 1:15. So I want to start off, you've had the opportunity over the last few minutes to hear from our premier sponsors, but we also got some other sponsors who have really chipped in. And you know, the thing about Cover Your Acres, you know, a lot of this 18 years of success has been the continued support we've had, certainly from our sponsors, but also from you, our attendees. And so, but anyways, we want to recognize MNB Bank of McCook, Bayer Crop Science, Chipperfield Ag-Erectors out of McCook, Brevant Seeds, and Shelbourne Reynolds for being conference sponsors. And of course, you've already gotten some messages here prior to us starting this afternoon from our premier conference sponsors, and we'll have some more messages from them again during the breaks. And so we really do appreciate their support and hope that as you do business with these folks, thank them for supporting the Cover Your Acres conference. It's helped us keep our costs minimal through the years and helped us conduct some of the applied research we need to do. And today help make this opportunity available at no charge to everyone who's watching. I thought this is kind of interesting. This is as of noon today, where have our attendee registrations come in from. You can see here United States, and what I left out of here is we even got a few overseas registrations on this as well. But you can see the bulk of them there, certainly well represented in Kansas, but hopefully you folks from Colorado and Nebraska had your speakers turned up. We played the UNL and the CSU fight songs as well. So anyways, thank everybody for joining with us here this afternoon. All right, so I want to let you know who's working behind the scenes. When we do something virtual like this, it takes a lot of hands on deck, and hopefully we pull it off somewhat smoothly. We'll do our best here, but we've got Clint Bain, District Ag Agent in the Golden Prairie District, so that would be Trego, Gove, and Logan counties. Craig Dinkle over in Midway District, so Russell Ellsworth. Jeannie Falk Jones, Sunflower District, so Cheyenne, Sherman, and Wallace. Cody Miller from Phillips Rooks, and Sandra Wick from Post Rock. So those 5 counties there in north central Kansas, all helping watch the chat lines, the text lines, different ways of keeping things working. Also involved, not pictured, we have Stacy Campbell from Ellis and Barton counties, Cottonwood District, Aaron Highland at Rollins County. Our office professionals, Sarah Juneman and Vicki Brown here at the main station in Colby. Chris Long and from Walnut Creek District, Renee Tuttle, West Plains, and Ron Honig from Wild West. They're manning our on-site watch parties, as well as Keith Van Skyke in Twin Creeks, where we've got some people actually at some of these locations watching as well. So if you're sending a message out, if you're needing some technical support to get Zoom and stuff working right, these are the folks working behind the scenes to hopefully make this a good experience for you today. A little bit about our speakers. We'll get started with here at 1:15. We'll start with Jordan Bell. Really excited to have her on board. She's the extension agronomist for Texas A&M, covering the Panhandle. In addition to extension, runs a very active applied research program, and certainly, you know, we try and bring some of that outside expertise in. There's nothing that magical about state lines. All of us on the high plains are facing many of the same issues. So she's going to visit with us about work they've done looking specifically at the water use of weeds in limited water systems. Dorvar Reyes-Diaz, many of you are familiar with, has been our extension soil fertility specialist at K-State now for a number of years. And he's going to be spending some time, you know, certainly we're used to dealing with high pH issues, and Dorvar is going to spend some time on that. But we also have some new emerging issues, you know, specifically in our long-term continuous no-till acres, where low pH is showing up as well. And so Dorvar is going to give us some of the latest updates in terms of, you know, how do we adapt our management across that range of soil pHs that we're seeing in our production systems out here. You know, weeds as we visit with growers, with consultants, as we think about the calls that come into our offices, the local unit agents and my own, you know, weed management continues to be our toughest issue, and it really affects everything in terms of what do we do from a rotation standpoint, the economics, and just really is very intertwined. And so we're going to spend a fair bit of time on weed management today. As I already mentioned, Jordan talking about the water use of weeds. But then Vipin Kumar, who's based at the Hayes Ag Research Center, is going to give us an update on his weed control trials that he does here in Western Kansas in a variety of crops with a wide range of products. And so hopefully give us some insight into where we're progressing in resistance and how do we use some of the tools that are out there to combat that. And one of those new tools we have is the new grass herbicide tolerance technologies that's coming out in grain sorghum now. I got 3 of those different technologies hitting the market this year. And we're fortunate that our weed scientists here at K-State have had the opportunity to evaluate these products in the field. And there's a lot we have to learn there in terms of matching those products up with weed species to make sure we get the best bang for our buck out of them. And then also very important along with that is how do we do good stewardship of these technologies so that we can make them last for a long time into the future. And so Sarah Lancaster, our extension weed specialist, is going to be focusing in on that topic of these new grass management technologies in grain sorghum. And then I'll finish this up for the day, talking about looking at the economics in various dry land tillage and rotation systems. You know, that's a pretty common question we're getting is, you know, as we deal with these herbicide resistance issues, we know the cost of weed control in no-till systems is going up. And so we got a lot of guys in long-time no-till really don't want to give that up, but what's the economics of making that decision? And so we'll use some of the long-term data from Alan Schlegel's plots at Tribune to hopefully take a look and answer at some of those questions. So there's the lineup we've got for you this afternoon, and hopefully you'll find that to be of value. Okay, if you're here getting CCA CEU credits, pay attention here. Here's how we're going to handle sign-in sheets today. Thought about the QR code deal, but I know sometimes it takes time for everyone to get those pictured on the screen. We're going to go this route. We're going to be more like the old paper route. So what we need you to do, if you are a CCA, at the beginning and end of each session, you need to send an email to coveryouracres@gmail.com and just put your CCA number in the subject line. You don't need to put anything in the body. Just send us an email with your CCA number in the subject line. Email us at the beginning and the end of the session, and that will get you checked in and out. Yeah, and Jeannie just posted that email address in the chat box. You can just click on it directly, coveryouracres@gmail.com. Do note that Vipin and Sarah's talks, those are treated as one unit for CCA. That way we could get you a full hour and a half out of that. instead of just 1 hour. They would have been a half hour individually, but by combining them, we can get you an hour and a half credit out of that. So on Vipin and Sarah's. So we'll check in at the beginning of Vipin's, check out at the end of Sarah's. That'll get you an hour and a half in IPM. Okay, we want to hear from you throughout the conference. There's the speakers will be asking some poll questions, and you can interface with you can answer those poll questions in two different ways. You can go to this website, pollev.com/CYA21, and you can answer the questions on the web. Or what a lot of people actually find handier is to use text messaging. And so the first thing we need you to do then is to go ahead and get hooked into the service here. So if you pull out your phone, and what you're going to do is you're going to text CYA, capital CYA21, and text that to 22333. So treat this as your phone number that you want to text to. So you're going to text it to 22333 and send the message CYA21, all capital. And then you should get a message back that lets you know you've been enrolled in our polling feature. And so this will let you participate in the questions that our speakers have. We'll all be able to see those results in real time as the talk is going on. Okay. Also, if you have a question for a presenter while they're giving their presentation, we've tried to make this as easy as possible. There's 4 different ways that you can ask a question. Pick whatever's easiest for you. If you're using Zoom, you can use the Q&A feature, which is at the bottom of your screen. We'll show that here in a minute. And if you're watching on YouTube Live, you can type your question into the comment box, and then we'll relay that on to the presenter. If it's easier for you to email, you can email your question to that same address we just talked about, coveryouracres@gmail.com. Or if you're more comfortable texting, you can text your question to 833-321-0252. So 4 different ways to ask a question. So if you've got a burning question today, really no excuse for it to go unanswered. Okay, so if you're going to ask questions on Zoom, make sure if you look at the bottom of the screen, okay, the Q&A box right here, that's for asking questions to the presenters. Okay, if you've got technical questions, you can't get Zoom to work, can't remember the email or the text number that you need, you can use the chat feature, and that will connect you to our extension agents working behind the scenes to provide support. So, but if you want to ask the speaker a question, it goes in the Q&A box. Okay, so here's our first poll question. Hopefully you got joined up. So which crop did you make the most money on this last year? A for corn, B for sorghum, C for beans, D for sunflowers, E for feed, or F if you think the concept of making money is funny. So you can see how this will roll in real time. So I think you'll find this to be really interesting and be really helpful to our presenters, get a better feel for the audience and what you guys are seeing in the field. So you can see how that works. So again, to participate to the poll, you can either go to this website, pollev.com/CYA21, or you text CYA21 to 22333, and that will enroll you. And then after you do that, all you have to do is just answer with the letter that answers however you want to answer the question. All right, we still got a few of those rolling in. We'll go ahead and move on. Looks like sorghum's pretty strong, and I think the key there is if you didn't have much marketing done before harvest was the answer to win that one, right? So, okay, we're going to move on here. I guess that's really all we've got for introduction. I don't see anything coming in. Do we got anything that's come in the chat? Any questions or anything we need to address? Or Jeannie or anybody else, anything I've forgotten? All right, with that, we will go ahead and get ready. Jordan, if you want to get ready to share your screen, we'll get switched over to you here.
Okay, can you hear me okay? And see my screen?
We can.
Okay, well, thanks so much for having me. I've always heard great things about this winter program y'all have up there, so it's a great opportunity to be on your program and talk about the weed water use work that I've been doing at Bushland. When I started with AgriLife, I started doing weed research, and I'm not a weed scientist by training. My background's in soil science and agronomy. And one of the things I really started wondering as we were doing our herbicide efficacy trials was how much water are the weeds using? And I think every producer notices the impact of weed pressure on just the crop physiological development. And we are all told that weeds use water and nutrients and even light. When we see fields like the picture that I have right here, we know that those weeds are competing even for the radiation. But we really don't have any data until now for the Southern Great Plains to quantify weed water use. So that was something that we did start doing. Now, just I guess some quick bookkeeping. Lucas did ask that I be sure and include this slide again. So if anybody has joined late, we do have poll questions in the presentation. And so in order to participate in the poll, you can either do it through your phone, texting CYA21 to 22333, go to the web browser using this address, or even emailing questions or texting questions to the phone number at bullet number 4. So as we think about weed water use, my first poll question is, do you think weed water use is yield limiting? So either true or false. Just from your experiences on your farms, what do you see, and how do you feel about weed water use? Is it really yield limiting? And Lucas, can you see?
Hey
Okay,
Jordan,
okay.
I can see the answers coming in, but I'm not sure why they're not showing up on your
On your slide.
Oh, it says start the presentation to see live content. What have I not done? Okay, I'm just gonna, have I started it correctly? I just assumed you just normal. Well, as long as, oh goodness.
Share your screen. Can you go in and see in here? Well, Jordan, we're trying to figure it out on our end here. We can actually see the responses coming in on the website, so we can tell you what the answers are, what we're seeing so far.
Okay.
And we're seeing that 97% is saying true, 3% is saying false.
Okay, well, I'll keep on rolling and y'all can just share responses.
Sounds
good. So as I previously mentioned, as we look at the justification for this research, we all know that, and y'all are seeing it, and y'all are know better than anyone that those weeds are utilizing your resources. And so resource allocation by weeds is yield limiting. And as I mentioned, we have limited data. And so since we are a water limited region all across the Southern Great Plains, it really does become extremely important for us to manage every drop of water. And when we consider the allocation of water by weeds, and I guess the reallocation, we do not want to be wasting water. And especially because irrigation and or precipitation is necessary to stabilize that crop production. So why use our limited water use for weed growth? So what we came in and did was establish very small, just weed plots. And we had 5 square foot plots and they're replicated 3 times. We had 5 different weed species: red root pigweed, morning glory, velvet leaf, barnyard grass, and kochia. In the plots, each plot, we had neutron tubes in order to estimate the volumetric water content of the soil. And then we also had microlysimeters. And this little white piece of PVC right at the soil surface is actually the top of that microlysimeter. So that's really just a fancy name for a sealed piece of PVC, a piece of PVC that's sealed at the bottom, so that we can actually only measure the evaporation, the change in water content in the soil. So roots cannot access it. We don't have any transpirational water use coming from that. The only change in water is going to be evaporation. And so what we did for 2 years after we planted weed seeds and right before germination is weigh these microlysimeters every morning at sunrise and every evening at sunset. And we did this at germination and then seedling establishment, and then till we got to canopy closure. Now, I will say it's really hard to convince student workers to get out in the field with you every morning at sunrise and sunset in the summer when they have other things to do. So I was fortunate to also at the time have a graduate student who was pretty committed to the project. And then we also did uniformly thin our weed population so that we had 4 plants per square foot. Now, this really can be a pretty dense weed canopy, worst case scenario, but nevertheless, at this point, we were only focusing on the water use of those weeds, especially in a dense stand. So just a real quick recap on microlysimetry or lysimetry. That allows us to partition evaporation and transpiration. So when we talk about crop water use, of course, we are talking about the evaporation from the soil surface plus transpiration from the crop. And most of our, or all of our volumetric water sensors are measuring total crop water use. We're getting just the change in the water content in the soil, as well as, and that includes what that plant is using. So it's E and T. And then, as I mentioned, the microlysimeter, we're only measuring the evaporation from the soil surface. So that allows us to very easily take our total ET minus the evaporation and get just T, the transpiration. So that is how we calculated how much water those weed species were using. This was a picture in 2017. As I mentioned, we had small weed plots. Looked kind of like a crazy quilt out there, just 5 square foot plots. Within each plot, we had our neutron tube as well as the microlysimeter. Now, this is at the end when it was very dense in canopy closure, but that just kind of gives you a visual of what we are looking at with the velvet leaf, the barnyard grass, kochia, morning glory. So just a really dense stand of weeds. Now, really what I was interested in though was just the early season weed use and really focusing on the 4 to 6 inch weed. And that is because when we look at our herbicide labels and we're thinking about best management practices, we know that we're wanting to control actually weeds, in that 2 to 4 inch range. And so we were really focusing on smaller weeds so that we could quantify the water use at this period. Our bare soil surface measurements were early. Now, this is something, when I say early, I mean, I recognize this is not looking at May, and we're getting into a hotter period of the season. But by the time we did get the plots established, we were, looking at measurements that were in late June to early July. Now, in 2018, we had very hot, dry conditions in the Texas Panhandle. So that did slow our weed water use and just the weed growth. And so the data that I will show will reflect that. Again, just looking at the weeds and some of the plots, neutron tube, our microlysimeter over on the side. So when we actually think about water use, I do have a poll question here. How much water do you think a pigweed plant can use per day? Are we looking at 6/100ths of an inch per day, 15/100ths of an inch per day, and 1/2 an inch per day? Does it even matter? Or none of the above? So Lucas, once you feel like you've received your poll questions, let me know and I'll progress.
They're rolling in, Jordan. I can share them. Do you want me to share my screen?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
And then you'll just have to share back.
Okay. Stop share.
There, can you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, I think everybody, is in the same agreement that pigweed can use a considerable amount of water per day, and even 1/1500ths of an inch.
Just a reminder to everybody on the poll questions, the only thing when you're texting it in, make sure you're just texting A, B, C, D, or whatever the option is. It won't like any other answer.
Okay, so the poll responses really do come in very close with the data we measured. And, on one hand, being an extension agronomist, I recognize that sometimes we say, well, we already knew that. But I do feel like this data did actually help put a solid answer and really, in some cases, a surprising answer to that weed water use. So in 2017, we did have very wet conditions in the Texas Panhandle. And that actually lasted throughout much of the summer. So when we look at our total ET environmental conditions, it was cool. We had many of our days, even in the heat of the summer, were upper 80s to low 90s, just great growing season. But that did result in just, lower environmental demand. So these blue bars here do represent total ET. The orange bar is the evaporation from the soil surface. And then when we see the gray bar, this is actually the daily water use of the crop. So the ET minus E gives us that transpiration. And so what we saw is pigweed. So, right here in 2017, we're looking at, just a little over 1.5 millimeters. So, about 6/100ths of an inch per day in 2017. So we go, okay, well, that's not too bad. But nevertheless, there's some other weeds in here that are pretty big water users. Velvet leaf, morning glory. Of course, I will admit, I've always been told kochia is poor man's alfalfa. And it's amazing to see how well kochia grows, how vigorously it grows in a dryland field. And this is why that plant does not need much water. Now, 2018 was a completely different story. It was hot and dry in 2018, and we really saw the environmental demand drive the water use in 2018. Looking at pigweed, our ET, at this 4 to 6 inch weed stage, we are looking at a little over 12 millimeters per day. So that's 1/2 inch per day for our total ET. Now, of course, just talking about transpiration, we're down here 3.5, of course, considering these error bars up to 4 millimeters per day. So that's still pretty significant. We're right there about 1/1500ths of an inch per day. Now, again, our other weeds, we're still kind of right there in line, about 3 to 3.5 millimeters per day. Kochia was actually just minuscule. So again, very surprising, kochia in that sense, how little water it actually needs to survive and be vigorous. So when we think about that 6/100ths of an inch per day, in a wet year, of course, even more in a dry year, it is pretty impactful when we think about what that can be equivalent to. And so next poll question, is 6/100ths of an inch per day equivalent to corn water use from emergence to B4? True or false? Yeah, exactly. So everyone sees that. So right now we're seeing that we are definitely robbing that water. A poorly maintained weed field is competing with our primary crops. So it was pretty shocking to see how much water those weeds were actually using. And for some reason, so I'm going back to. Okay, so with that, we saw that, at that 4 to 6 inch weed stage, we're using about 1 to 4 millimeters per day. And so that's cumulatively, we're looking at about 0.3 to 1.1 inches per week. So, right there, we're looking at our irrigation demand. And when we think about a weed using up to 1 inch of water per week, that's really significant. So a combination of several poorly controlled weed species results in significant water usage by weeds at the expense of our crop water use. And in semi-arid regions with limited irrigation, poorly controlled weeds can result in a significant yield loss. And so as y'all know, we're looking at, in many cases, low commodity prices. Producers are often going to cut back on their herbicides. And so it really is important for producers to recognize the economic return of their herbicide investment. And especially in the Texas High Plains, as the Oglala Aquifer has continued to decline and our irrigation capacity for irrigated corn continues to decrease, I routinely receive questions from producers, what's a good generic? And they want the cheapest herbicide program as possible. And while there's a lot of really good generics out there, that's something that I've really tried to refocus on, is using this data to really justify the return on that herbicide investment. And that is because ultimately, as indicated, the weed water use is significant if we're not managing those weeds. So y'all all knew weeds used water. This data just confirmed how much water those weeds are really using. But when we consider, the return on investment, what did that do to yield? And I know that the weed scientists who are on this program, they look at that yield data, but the yield data was just something that we did as a part of this research. And so with a graduate student, we looked at 6 common corn herbicide treatments that are used in the Texas High Plains. And we specifically looked at this in a deficit irrigated scenario. And so we weren't looking at high input, high yield potential. We're really looking at a scenario where we're not going to have rapid canopy closure that's shading out the soil. And we're really going to be putting the pressure on the herbicide programs. So of course, we had an untreated check where we didn't have any herbicides in the field. We came in only with Acuron as a pre, didn't have a post. We had Anthem Max pre followed by Status plus Roundup, Dual 2 plus Atrazine followed by Roundup Power Max, Caprino with Atrazine followed by Roundup, Caprino with Atrazine followed by Roundup plus Diflex, Resicor plus Atrazine followed by Durango. Now, all of this was applied at 20 gallons per acre. And I will say that with all of our herbicide programs, we really did achieve very good control. But we were not necessarily concerned about the herbicide efficacy. And of course, there could be so many different formulations of these different herbicide mixes, and probably we should have looked at no pre at all as well. But we were really curious what is happening physiologically to the plants, especially in compared to that untreated check. And so in 2016, we came in, and the first thing we were looking at is the leaf area index. And of course, when we talk about leaf area, we know that that leaf area is our plant solar panel. That's what's capturing the photosynthate that's translocating, becoming the carbohydrate that's eventually going to be turning into that grain yield. And that's where we're getting our economic return. So we really wanted to quantify what was happening, not just with the yield, but early season with that leaf area. And of course, one of the things that is important when we see weed pressure, and as everyone has seen in their fields, these error bars right here represent the variability that was in those plots. And weed pressure does result in a lot of variability within plots. But we did come in at V8, and we saw that numerically we did have smaller plants, reduced leaf area. And that's pretty impactful because we're already determining the size of those ears at this point, our yield components. And so we already started behind. By V13, once that leaf area was behind, we never caught up. And so, just like that lightweight calf, the lightweight calf is the one that seems to always go to the feeder lightweight. You just always stay behind. And then, of course, that translated to yield. Now, as I mentioned, this is a deficit irrigated low input environment. And so, I'm not looking at high yields here. And what we saw, even in that environment, just coming in with these herbicide programs, and of course, looking at the herbicide program, going from dual with the different tank mix components, we're probably looking at $25 per acre applied, to Resicor or Acuron that are going to be probably over 40 to 45, depending on the program. We still see that we made those herbicides pay. And even at low commodity prices, we're looking at over a 70 bushel difference in yield here. And even at that, that's over $200. So even looking at a $40 to $45 herbicide program, even in a low yield environment, we can make those herbicide programs pay. And so it's where it's really important to make sure we're doing that. So coming into 2017, even though 2017 was a wet year, we actually had a well go down, and not having the irrigation to supplement that, we were looking at very close to dryland yield, so very low yielding crop, but we still saw that same trend, the impact on leaf area, and of course that was very impactful going into V13. And so we saw that again, not having or having that weed pressure definitely negatively impacted the yield. And we're still looking at over a 30 bushel difference and 30 bushel increase just due to a solid herbicide program. And so that's something to, again, even with a close to a dry land environment, we were still, over $100 gross return here. We would have made that herbicide program pay for itself. And so as we discuss weed pressure and early season crop growth, of course, we all know that, we are looking at a period where our internode elongation is started by V6. We are forming those yield components, our nodal root development. By the time we get to that V6, V8 stage has really taken off. Our leaves are developing. Our growing point has now moved above the soil surface, and specifically nutrient and water requirements are accelerating. And so we see the impact from the weed pressure at that point. So in addition to the research that we did conduct several years ago, there is actually some historical research, although not in the Southern Great Plains, that did look at the impact of weed pressure in corn production. 1992, weed pressure in corn production was linked to the senescence of lower leaves and the reduction of the crop leaf area, exactly what we saw. More recently, 2003, this was actually something that I found to be very interesting, very impactful. The researchers reported that the Palmer amaranth and corn share the same root zone for water depletion. And so when we're thinking about, that corn root zone being, top 3.5 feet or so, if you have the Palmer amaranth species in that same root zone, and you're looking at the greatest area of depletion being that top 30 centimeters or top foot, you're really going to lose a significant amount of water just to that weed competition. So considering the impact of early season weed pressure on yield, do you believe you see a return on your herbicide investment in water limited environments?
Sorry, Jordan, I took over doing that, and I think I messed up our first poll there. Did that pop up on everyone's screen?
I think so. So I think everybody was pretty much in agreement. So very
Okay.
straightforward. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no, you're good. Okay. So, for some reason, it keeps on going back. So with that, in conclusion, one of the things that we did, and I think everyone agrees on that, what we saw because of that early season weed pressure, that those pre-plant herbicides are definitely the most cost-effective herbicide treatment of the season. And that is because we begin to see the effects of early season weed pressure on biomass and yield loss. And so that is, even though, of course, we run into issues where it rains and we don't get those pre-plants out, and it seems like we're constantly trying to spend the rest of the season catching up for what we did not get done pre-plant, and it becomes more expensive just to play catch up, and a greater risk for yield loss. So as we consider that, and with this data, does this, just out of curiosity, does this data make you rethink weed water use and the value of pre-plant herbicide programs? So yeah, it looks like everyone, and maybe it's just having some hard numbers to quantify the amount of water use and validate what everyone's seeing in the field does help. I know that in many cases, this is something that everyone sees in their field, and they recognize that they are seeing yield losses, but the data definitely does show that, quantify, I guess, what everybody's been seeing in their fields. So due to the poll, and because I have never used one of these polls, I kept my slides short for that reason. I do think I'm running a little ahead of schedule. Does anybody have any questions?
We would ask that if you are asking questions on the Q&A or on the Zoom, to please put them into the Q&A box. And if you are on YouTube, please put them into the chat box. If you are emailing or texting your questions in, please do that also. And we'll start working through questions for Jordan here. Okay, Cody, you're monitoring the Zoom chat box or the Zoom Q&A box. Do you have any questions that came in for Jordan?
So we do, Jordan. This comes out of Southwest Nebraska. Even with a pre and a residual post in dryland corn with our flash drought last summer, we didn't get a great canopy and had some palmer break and get tall and spindly. And more importantly, produce seed. Didn't seem to get a big yield hit, but still made seed. So do we layer 3 trips of residuals, or your thoughts on that?
That's a great question. So we actually have seen some similar issues here in our dryland fields, and question has been about the activation of those herbicides, especially when we consider some of our residuals really needing to have that activity. And so producers have been thinking about doing that, coming in and adding a residual with their post, just so that, if they didn't get good control with their pre-plant with the residual, not just coming in with a post burn down, but maybe adding in some residual with their early post, so that they can extend that control. And I guess, you mentioned that possibly y'all did not see a hit in yield. I always wonder, just side-by-side comparison. I know when I visit with producers and they're asking about different products to utilize, even some products, for example, say a seed treatment, or a micronutrient or something. I guess unless we have an on-farm check, unless we left out a pass or a couple of acres, it's really hard to say, did we not see a response to that? And so I do think that, maybe I can understand somebody not wanting, because of cost, to incorporate an expensive herbicide program into dryland corn. But maybe if you had a couple of fields, maybe on one field, do go ahead and include a residual herbicide with your post-emergent herbicide program and just see, is there a comparison? Are you actually seeing a response where you didn't think you did before?
Okay, the other question we have here, Jordan, is have you seen much differences in efficacy between a product like Degree Extra / Full-Time NXT versus Resicor or Acuron?
Actually, I will say no, I have not. And we have had full-time in our trial. But one of the things that I've noticed is that, and definitely the weed scientists that are on, please feel free to chime in. In our trials, we do apply everything at 20 gallons per acre. And we do try and target, a 2 to 4 inch weed, 2 to 6 inch weed max. And so in many cases, we're able to get very good control with the herbicides like the full-time, and even Anthem's cheaper, and some of those other herbicides in comparison to the herbicides like Acuron or Resicor. So we have seen very good control with those in our trial. But now I will say, on the flip side to that, also, we're managing our rotation so that we're not coming behind crops where we have challenges. I've seen, especially in the high plains, producers who are in a corn cotton rotation, they, with volunteer cotton, are having a very hard time controlling volunteer cotton in that corn rotation. So a herbicide like Resicor that has chlorpyrrolate in it is really giving them extra bang for their buck with that. So it does also, or a person needs to consider what is the pressure in their field. Are they going to need something that's going to be a little stronger? Now, fields where we have herbicide resistant kochia and concerns about kochia, that's where Acuron and having that bicyclopyrone has really done a good job. So I do think that it really is going to depend on, of course, your application volume and how you're managing your herbicide program, but also what is your weed pressure in that field. So it's really hard to say they're all equal. It's really going to depend on your field.
And Jeannie, cut me off if we need to go to the other question wise, but
Okay, Cody,
Jordan,
you get one more.
Okay, all right. So Stan asked, how many weeds per square foot in your plots?
So yeah, the weed plots themselves, they were four weeds per square foot. So, we are looking at, you go, well, 4 weeds per square foot, not too much, but really when you think about those weeds growing, it did get pretty dense. So we tried to go in and thin, so we had a uniform weed stand. So it is worst case scenario. I'm not talking about, here and there, a haphazard weed. It was definitely a uniform weed stand, very, very dense pressure. But I've seen also, nothing like that flush of kochia in May, or that pigweed that's coming up in June, and going down the highway and you see that purple tint across a field. And fields like that, we did have 4 weeds per square foot, but fields like that, there's probably 12 to 20 weeds per square foot, just a carpet. So we can have some pretty intense weed pressure in the Great Plains that really can utilize our resources.
Good deal. Okay, Jordan, we're going to switch gears and go to our folks watching on YouTube. Aaron, do you have any questions for Jordan from the YouTube channel?
I haven't had any come in yet. So.
Okay. Great. Okay, Sandra, do we have any that came in via the email?
Nope, I don't have any yet, Jeannie.
Okay, how about Stacy via the text? Stacy's comment he had none. Okay, so Cody, we'll go back to you to ask some more questions then.
Okay, so I think kind of a loaded question here. Do you know what is the most effective herbicides pre and post for Palmer amaranth? And I think we'd all be interested to hear responses here, and hopefully the weed scientist may cover some of these later on as well.
Yeah,
Jordan?
I bet they will, to cover those. And since they have herbicide programs specifically for Kansas, I won't go into it in too much depth. But I will say that, again, as I mentioned, producers are always calling me asking about, what's a really good, cheap generic. And when we have compared everything side by side, we've seen very good control, but we're also using best management practices. We're not in a situation where we have concerns about resistance. And so we're achieving that. I always receive questions about dual, especially on dryland acres, producers inquiring about reduced efficacy with dual, and that they're no longer seeing good control with metolachlor herbicides, whether it's dual or bicep or cinch or one of those products. But even in trials where we've looked at a whole host of metolachlor herbicides, we've had very good control, but we're looking again at best management practices. So I'm reluctant to say that there's going to be one herbicide that's going to work better than any others. I do think if you're using best management practices, we can generally get pretty good control with most of the herbicides that are labeled for those products, following the labeled recommendations. Weed sizes, I'm not talking about going in and I've been in a situation where we're spraying a 24-inch, 30, trying to spray a 30-inch pigweed, and we just curl it at the top. So again, small weeds, 15 to 20 gallons per acre application volume in corn. Paying attention to your pressure, your coverage, just all of those practices.
And we do have one other question, Jordan. Did you also look at nutrient tie-up by early season weeds, possibly from biomass weight?
No, I did not. And that would actually be, probably a research that could be continued from this, because we're definitely going to see that. We're going to see, those weeds utilizing those nutrients. And then even if we just think about, just the residues, immobilization and what happens. That's a great question.
Jordan, this is Jeannie, and I have another question for you because I don't see any more in our chat box. Do you think that the water use numbers that you gave us from down in your neighborhood would be different in Northwest Kansas?
I do think possibly, because again, when we look at our crop water demand, our ET, because of whether it's reduced relative humidity, higher temperatures, higher wind, we can sometimes see our daily ET in corn be slightly greater than the daily ET in corn in Northwest Kansas. So it is possible that just depending on the year, depending on environmental conditions that drive ET, we could see different numbers, maybe more elevated numbers in some cases. But I do know that y'all can face pretty extreme conditions too. And we get into the peak of the summer, it's possible y'all could have some pretty high water demand from your weed species. Although I will say, y'all can grow a much better dryland corn crop in Northwest Kansas than we can in the Texas Panhandle. So that's a plus for y'all.
Sounds good. Thanks, Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
Cody.
And if we have time, we got one more question here, Jordan. We'll probably cut it off after this to get to. Is there a point where you think it's not cost effective to control weeds, such as late in the season or when weeds have gotten too big?
Yeah, definitely. And I've run into several situations like that, where we are looking at weeds that are, dense. We're looking at weeds that are 2 to 3 feet tall. It's going to be really hard to control. And at that point, I know that many producers are starting to think about issues with regards to combining and harvest issues and just making it through that field. But it's really hard to get a herbicide that's really going to burn back and kill those weeds. And so I do think we have to be really realistic, or be realistic about what a herbicide can do. And then, of course, we also do need to be cognizant about the harvest restrictions that are on many labels. And so many labels do have, a considerable harvest window. I do know that there are, Impact is one that actually has a pretty late application window. But again, if we're looking at having to control weeds after tasseling, then we have a pretty big problem, and it's going to be hard to actually make that happen. I probably danced around that answer. It's hard to justify those late season weed applications, though.
Yes, it really is. I completely understand on that. So thanks, Jordan. If you guys have more questions for Jordan, here is her contact information, or you can send us your questions and we will forward them on to Jordan. I think this is a very interesting topic. It's very timely, and I think I get a lot of questions on just how much water weeds really do use. So thanks for tackling this topic and going through all of this for us today, Jordan.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, we're very excited to have you join us. So. Okay, so we're going to switch gears here just a little bit. So we're going to switch to Dorivar Ruiz-Diaz, our K-State Soil Fertility Specialist. And Dorivar is going to visit with us about managing pH in our soils. So for anyone who is getting their CCA credits, please sign or send an email that you are signing out of this session and signing in for the next session. So send an email to that coveryouracres@gmail.com. And so Dorivar, are you ready to roll with us? I see you have your slide shared.
Yes.
Good deal. Okay, so Dorivar Ruiz-Diaz is our K-State Soil Fertility Specialist. Many of you guys have probably heard him speak on many fertility topics, but pH is something that we seem to get a lot of questions on, and thinking through how do we really go about handling soil pH and making those areas of those fields productive for us. So, all right, thanks, Dorivar.
Thank you, Jeannie, and thank you very much for the opportunity to visit with you today. Again, we'll focus on pH today. It is a topic that where we can see a little bit of different situations across the state, and in Western Kansas, of course, we start to see some different issues, not just with high pH, but low pH. And so we'll touch on both and share some of the information we have on recent studies on low pH and high pH in our environments. Here, just a reminder, I think you already have this information, but please send your questions as we are talking. Please don't wait until the end, just keep sending those, and as we did in the previous session, we'll answer those questions at the end of the presentation. And so why pH is a key factor for nutrient management. And obviously we do have an optimal range of pH that would be ideal for crop growth and nutrient availability. In the case of low pH, one of the main issues that we deal with is really aluminum in solution. And so just the low pH by itself is not necessarily the problem, but once we start to see aluminum in solution, that basically is toxic to the roots and essentially will be affecting root development and nutrient availability. Oftentimes we tend to see symptoms like drought-like situation, and it's really just because the roots are not taking up essentially water and nutrients in that situation. So again, that's a key point to keep in mind. So as we start, if we do see some low pH issues in some fields, I think the next step is always to start to look at aluminum in solution and see whether or not we start to see a problem there. And of course, in high pH scenarios, especially calcium carbonate content can be a problem affecting nutrient availability, and especially micronutrients. And again, here we typically talk about chlorosis problems, but also will be affecting other microbes like zinc. That is typically some of the most common things we'll tend to see in very high pH calcareous soils. But there's also other factors that we'll touch on it a little bit today and discuss what else can be affected by these extreme pH situations. And this is, and again, you already have, I think, the link for this. I see some of you already answering. I'm just gonna go ahead and put this in the chat again in case you don't have the link. But again, if you wanna answer some of these questions. So what are you seeing? And I think, of course, we are focusing mostly western part of the state, but many of you maybe start to see problems not just with high pH, but also even some low pH problems. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing in the poll at this point. Generally, pH tends to be optimum. That's pretty becoming also common in many cases. Again, that may not be an issue. I see some salinity issues, and this is interesting. I start to hear some of these issues as well in parts of Western Kansas, especially Southwest. And so again, it is something that we watch very closely. Okay. Well, thank you for participating. I see quite a bit more low pH in no-till systems, and again, that's something that we start to see as well in some of our soils, and it's becoming a little bit more of a challenge. Okay, thank you so much. I think this gives us an idea of the group and what kind of challenges we are seeing, and of course, we'll discuss the top issues there, obviously high pH and low pH in no-till, and we'll share some of what we have in our studies in recent years. And so this is a map from pH trends in Kansas. And again, not surprising, most of you answered that high pH tends to be a challenge. And of course, again, if you see, these are trends, and I want to emphasize this. Generally, in average, this is data from our soil testing lab here at K-State. We'll tend to see in average higher pH values of west, and lower pH as you go central and eastern part of the state. But again, these are trends and averages. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're not gonna find low pH in western Kansas. And in the same way, we tend to see some chlorosis problems in parts of eastern Kansas as well. Much less frequent to see that, but we tend to see that as well. And so that's the general trend that we tend to see. But what happens if we start to get into specific fields and what kind of variability we tend to see there in terms of pH? And this is, I think, where things becomes quite interesting. This is a field from Southwest Kansas. Field that, a region that based on the previous map will generally be considered to be high pH. So typically a situation that we may not worry about. But look at the field. This is less than 100-acre field grid sample. And you can see the range of value that we're seeing here. And you can see a max pH of easily 7.7, which would be more really in that alkaline, maybe even some calcium carbonate content in that situation. The average is 5.6, and in many cases, depending on what kind of recommendation you're following, that may not even get a recommendation for lime application in this particular field. But then you have some parts of the field that are getting extremely low, and we're talking 4.6 is the minimum that we found in this field. But again, some areas that will really starting to get in a situation that is very likely yields are being affected significantly. And one thing I want to emphasize, this is a 0 to 8 inch sampling depth. So obviously, if we start looking at more shallow samples, this is a no-till field. Okay, and so we'll look at that stratification issue also with no-till. But again, if we're looking at more shallow samples, it's possible that we'll see more general lower pH situations. So one of the things that to me is interesting in this case is that think about it. If you are doing a composite sample for this particular field, your average value obviously is going to come close to that value of 5, 6 or so. And even though that's considered to be low, may not necessarily be a big issue. And again, depending on how good of a job you do in terms of collecting sample, those may actually come back a little higher. And so my point is that I think we are finding out about some of these low pH spots as we are doing more and more grid sampling. And so fields that traditionally we consider to be fairly uniform, and again, Western Kansas, pretty flat, pretty uniform fields. But once we do grid sampling, we are finding that we do have some variability, and some of these could be quite significant. And I think that's interesting in recent years. This is another example. Again, this just very specific parts of the field, probably some erosion happening. This is in northwest part of the state that you tend to see higher pH, but then you also have spots that tend to be much lower in pH. And again, we're finding out about these basically as we do more grid sampling. And so key point here, we do see quite a bit of variability in terms of pH. And this is one of the key points for pH in general, whether it's low pH or high pH, we tend to see that variability within the field. And so this is a study we did. We started a few years ago in north central, northwest part of the state. This is a long-term no-till field. And what we're looking at here is soil pH at different depths. Okay. And so 1 inch increments here all the way to 12 inches. And as you can see near the surface, much lower the pH, really below 5. And of course, as we go deeper in the profile, that pH tends to be higher. And again, that's the nature of our soils in Western Kansas and the Great Plains in general. We tend to have calcareous subsoils, and so that pH will tend to be higher. What happened to aluminum? I mentioned aluminum, it tends to be the main issue really when we have low pH problems. And as you can see, near the surface, we do have some fair amount of soluble aluminum in that case. And so potentially, especially in the upper 2 or 3 inches, that may be causing some problems early in the season. As we go deeper in the profile, of course, it's not necessarily a problem anymore in that case. And so we did a lime application in this particular field. We have 2 locations in this study. And so this is pH, changes in pH after 3 years. So we basically grow 3 crops, and then we went back and do essentially the same sampling, 1 inch increments near the surface, and look at what kind of changes in pH we see. We applied 3 rates of lime, half ton, 1 ton, and 3 tons of effective calcium carbonate per acre. This was pelletized lime, pale lime, just because it was the easiest for us to use in that particular situation, easier to apply and everything. And so we went with that source of lime. And so what kind of changes we see in pH, as you can see with the highest rate of 3 tons, we saw some significant increase in pH, 2 units of pH in the upper inch or so. That was pretty consistent for both locations, and it does follow basically what happened to the other rates. We saw maybe about 1 inch, one unit of pH increment with the 1 ton, and about half unit with the half ton of lime, and so that was pretty consistent across the 2 locations. One thing that I want to emphasize is that the movement of that line, basically after 3 years, we only saw a movement of about in the upper 3 inch or so, maybe a little bit below that. And again, this is no-till, long-term no-till, about 25, close to 30 years of no-till, well managed with cover crops and so on. So all of that, of course, is helpful as we are trying to get some of that lime to maybe mix with microbial activity and organic matter, high organic matter, and so on. So again, one of the key points here is basically that we're only seeing that effect of the lime in the upper 3 inches. But if we're looking at where we have the problem, that may be all we need really in these no-till systems. We don't need really that lime to move much deeper, as the problem is really in the upper 3 inch or so. So what happened in terms of yields? And this is the average of the two locations, and we have 3 crops. This was a wheat, corn, and soybean rotation. The lime was applied before the wheat in the summer, and so was planted in the fall. And as you can see, in terms of yield response to that wheat crop, essentially we didn't see anything. There was some trends, but really nothing statistical there. For the following year in corn, we saw a small response to the first half ton of lime. And then in the case of soybeans, we really needed about the one ton to really see some differences there in terms of yield, even though we also saw an increase and a trend with the half ton. And again, this average of the two locations. So a few things here. Maybe not very surprising. Typically, wheat tend to be much more tolerant to lower pH, and so we don't see that level of response. And again, corn tends to be a little bit kind of intermediate, and obviously the legume tends to be more sensitive. So that followed pretty nicely in this study. The other thing also, of course, is like if you look at the increase in yields are not very, very big, okay? And this is typically the first time I show this data. This was one of the main questions. Okay, we're thinking about the cost of lime and obviously the investment. Will that pay? And obviously, if you're talking about these a couple crops, I will say very unlikely that we're going to pay for that lime application. However, one thing that we have to keep in mind is that how long it takes for this pH to go to these levels of acidic levels. Obviously, many years. And so in the same way, we're going to take multiple years for the need for more lime application. I would say we can easily go over 10 years, I think, with these kind of rates before we need to do any other applications. And so again, then we're talking about the economics here will be basically looking at multiple years here. Yes, we're talking small increments in this particular situation, but the economics is a little bit more of a long term. And again, that's the nature of lime and pH in general. We typically tend to look at a little bit more of a long term. And unfortunately, that tends to be the challenge with pH because it tends to basically require a more of a long term investment than usually is a little bit of a challenge to manage it. And so what we saw from this study, we basically saw small yield increments but if we look at those crops across the different crops and years, then obviously we need to look at this in a multi-year context and see what will be the economics of that for our particular situation. Definitely, we saw the biggest increment in pH with the 3 ton per acre. However, even with the high rate of application, we still only basically affecting the pH in the upper 3 inches. Okay, so this is very important also to keep in mind, and it will be important as we're thinking about maybe if we're thinking about lime application, we need to be looking at different sampling depths as well. Okay, and so typically if we do get the regular 0 to 6 or 0 to 8 inch sampling, come back a little low in pH. The next step should really be to see what happened in the upper 3 inches and whether or not it is a problem in that depth, and especially again if we're thinking about lime applications. And soils that we have in our region are more of a neutral and alkaline subsoils. Clearly, a surface application of lime seems to be sufficient for no-till systems. And this is very important because, of course, traditionally we think, okay, that we need to incorporate this lime in no-till. And again, if we have 20, 25 years of no-till, the last thing we want to do is to do any tillage. And with the conditions we have, there's clearly no need for that. That surface lime application essentially is taking care of the problem, which again, typically tends to be in the upper 3 inch anyways. Again, we do have more of an alkaline subsoil, so we need to keep that in mind. Of course, we just finished, we just saw a presentation on herbicides, and we will see more of that today. And of course, there's always this question also, what is the role of pH near the surface in affecting efficacy of herbicides? And so that's a different topic that we can ask Sandra and others in the program today. Okay, so switching to the other scenario, which is high pH, and again, many of you have that deal with this issue based on the survey, that poll that we just saw earlier. And so the main issue with high pH is obviously iron chlorosis and chlorosis problems. That's typically what we tend to see, and it's typically the main issue, and that can create some problems even just for establishment of some crops, especially if we're looking at sorghum and soybeans. One of the things we need to keep in mind is that typically calcium carbonate or free lime basically is one of those key factors. It's not just the pH alone causing this problem, okay? So once we see a pH of 8.2, typically that's the highest the pH will tend to go, unless we have some sodium problems, of course. But pH of about 8.2, that's basically the top. And then from now on, from that point on, basically we start to see accumulation of calcium carbonate. And that tends to be one of the main problems, especially again for crops like soybeans and sorghum. But we also do have to consider other things like salt accumulation. We saw in the poll question there some of you are seeing some issues with salts. A combination of salts and high pH could be even a bigger factor for chlorosis problems, iron, and also other microbes like zinc. But one thing that is often a challenge with iron chlorosis in general is that it's not just soils, okay? And we tend to see a lot of issues coming from just general stress in the crop, when we basically have very dry soils or wet soils in some situations in the spring, pest damage and so on. Any type of stress to that crop will contribute to chlorosis problems developing. Of course, we do need to have that high pH already in place, but again, whether or not that's going to develop in a problem is often a combination of factors. So this is picture I took close to Scott City, and again, it's not uncommon for us in western Kansas. This is sorghum, very severe chlorosis, and this is actually one situation where most of the field is really affected by iron chlorosis, but there's also variability. Okay, there are some places here where we do have maybe a little bit better. We do have some volunteer corn coming up here, and this is one thing that clearly shows the issue with iron chlorosis is that sorghum and soybean essentially are the most sensitive crops. In many cases, we can grow corn fine without any issues really, and again, it's the reason why I do see some people doing continuous corn because that's basically the best option in those very severe situations. And so we do have some of those factors: variability, differences in crops, and of course, variety will be another key factor as well. And so a couple of studies we did over the years in western Kansas focus on chelates, the use of chelates for high pH and iron chlorosis in general. And one thing I want to show is basically this effect of different pH levels, and this is pH in this case, and basically the stability of different chelates, fertilizer chelates. And these are a list of chelates that we'll typically tend to see in the market. Things like DTPA is very common, and these are going to be liquid chelates that you're going to find more commonly. We use pretty regularly. However, if we're looking at the type of pH that we have, in some cases, for example, HEDTA, you get to about pH of 7 or higher, maybe 7.4, 7.5 or higher, and that chelate is no longer stable. And that's a problem because, again, typically in those situations like this, we're really talking about pH of 8.1, 8.2 pretty regularly, okay? And so certainly the type of fertilizer, the types of chelates can make a difference. One that's a little bit becoming more common, it's not necessarily new, but it used to be very expensive. It's still expensive, but it's becoming a little bit lower in price, is the EDDHA. And as you can see, the stability across pH is much bigger. Essentially something that will be available and stable in those high pH environments, in those very extreme situations that I just showed you here in the previous slide. And so one study in soybeans that we did, this is a location in Colby. As you can see, basically with and without the EDDHA fertilizer, in this case with the seed. Okay, so in contact with the seed is a key in this particular situation because of that high pH environment. And so again, this is one field where we typically don't grow soybeans. It's a continuous corn because it's nearly impossible to grow soybean. It's still a challenge. It's still not perfect, but we are able to at least get some of that soybean growing and producing something. Typically, a lot of these situations will basically germinate and basically die in those very extreme cases. And so what we saw, we have multiple locations in this particular study. This is what I'm showing here is average of 8 locations. And this is spot meter readings, basically how green the plant is. It's basically just a objective way of measuring how green the plants are. And this is with and without the chelate fertilizer. And as you can see, obviously much greener plants. And this again, across all the 8 locations average. And so we do see that very consistently. One other factor that we evaluated here is variety selection. And as you can see, tolerant varieties tend to also stay greener. And so we do have that tool as well. And so we need to keep that in mind. And of course, typically, it's one of the main things we tend to do is, okay, look at varieties and whether or not we have some options there for some of these very challenging situations. And I think that needs to be always part of our tool, basically, in these kind of extreme situations. What happened to foliar applications? And we've done a lot of studies on foliar applications for iron and also other micronutrients. And as you can see, this basically, we evaluated a couple of different chelates compared with no foliar application. We didn't see anything in our studies, and that's not very different compared to other micronutrients where we typically don't see the level of response with foliar applications. And again, there are many reasons there, and maybe it's a different topic really to focus on to discuss foliar application. I think is an option in some situations, but very rarely will be a primary solution for many of the problems we have. In many cases, maybe help to complement, but not necessarily to help us bring the solutions to some of these extreme cases. In terms of yields, of course, as expected, this average of 8 locations, you can see 11 bushel yield increase average in this case across all the locations. And you can do the numbers with these, of course. Again, still very low yields for soybeans, 20 bushels without and with the use of some of these chelates, we're putting another 11 bushel. And so in general, still some level of stress, not by any means are not excellent soybeans. But again, if we are getting 11 bushel with this application, again, you can do the numbers and the economics of that. Agostino Bor also did some similar work in sorghum in Hayes and Garden City. And this is another case, basically a check and 3 pounds of the chelate in furrow. And you can see just a picture here, the difference in terms of chlorosis severity in this case of sorghum. Of course, we do still see some problems. And again, it's not a complete fix. And this is something I want to emphasize. We're not really eliminating the problem completely, but in terms of return to investment with the kind of yield response, obviously becomes pretty attractive if we are able to do these kind of applications where it's needed. This is the yield response from those locations that Agustin did in 2015, 27 bushel over the control, and the treatment in this case is roughly $30 per acre. So it's not cheap. Again, $30 per acre, that's quite an investment. But again, if you're looking at 27 bushel, especially with the price of sorghum today, again, it really makes sense. But again, one of the key here is how we make these applications where it's needed. And this is one thing I want to emphasize. If we're putting these kind of treatments where it's not needed, obviously it's going to be very difficult to make this pay. And that's one of the challenges. This is one example of one of the locations we use for this study in soybean. And one of the things that is not uncommon, you can see, residue accumulation, of course, is very low in those areas where we do have chlorosis problems, and that really show up in this picture. So there are many things basically affecting the iron chlorosis problems, including the accumulation of residue. This is NDVI from 2019, that same irrigated corn at that point. And you can see, yes, there's still definitely some stress show up in corn. Some areas maybe a little bit worse, but there's parts of the field that tends to be more problematic. One of the key points I want to mention here is that, again, how big these areas are. And this is where we need to maybe evaluate each situation and see, okay, how big they are, how we can target these for applications if we are thinking about any type of applications. This is 2020, this is this year, and this is soybeans. And again, this is very extreme. This is the case that we tend to see in a sensitive crop like soybean. And these are areas basically where there's nothing growing. And again, the picture I showed you earlier, the soybean basically come up and essentially die after, shortly after. And so we don't have anything growing in these locations oftentimes. And it is a problem for a crop like soybean and sorghum. The type of response we see in these areas are essentially this type of response that I showed you earlier. So again, if we can do the application and target those areas in particular, will definitely make sense. But then suddenly becomes a little bit more of a precision ag question and how we can be efficient in terms of targeting these areas. And I think this is a key point. And we're talking about here high pH, but I showed you earlier similar situations for low pH. We do tend to see high variability of pH in the field. And that's something we need to recognize. And anything we try to do, I think we need to keep that in mind. Uniform applications typically are not going to be cost effective for both cases, high pH chlorosis problems, and oftentimes the same thing also for low pH situations. And so here's another poll, if you can participate again. Basically, what are you seeing typically with your chlorosis? What has been successful for you? Chelates, either starter and foliar, variety selection, generally small areas that maybe you just don't care about and ignore, a combination of all multiple strategies. What are you typically doing? Variety selection, very popular, very most common, and I will definitely consider that typically the first step. That's the first thing we need to do. I think we do have other options for managing chlorosis problems, but that definitely the place we need to start. I see also a lot of people using chelates in general, combination of a starter application and maybe foliar. Generally very small that don't basically manage 20%. That's pretty impressive. And actually this is a very good point that I think is something that we need to discuss. What is the economics of these? And again, that goes back to that precision ag component. Can we identify these areas, how big they are? I mean, they look bad, and oftentimes, they are in the corner of the field, in the edge of the field, so we see it every day. It's really bad. But again, what is the percent of the field that's being affected? Is often a big question we need to ask, and what would be economic. So definitely a precision ag component there. Okay, thank you for participating here with this. And so want to make sure we stay on time here for question also. One of the things, just to finish here, we do see some key potential benefit from chelates. One of the things we need to emphasize with micros in general, micronutrients in general, that not all the fertilizer sources are the same. This is for iron, but also for zinc and other micronutrients. And obviously that will be reflected in the cost. And so it's not like NP and K micros usually tends to be highly variable. And that's where we see dry, liquid, chelates tends to be quite different. But I think there are huge opportunities also for return to investment. But again, blanket applications will not be the way to go with these situations and variability that we tend to see in our fields. And quickly here, just to finish, one thing I want to just emphasize, there's also other factors that can be affected by pH, and this is phosphorus, where we're looking at different methods, in this case, Bray and Melick-3. This is one situation where you see high pH. Usually the Bray tests tend to be basically lower, essentially underestimating the level of phosphorus in that soil. So definitely not tests that work pretty well in those high pH scenarios. H3A, this is the Haney test, similar situation, maybe even worse. And obviously the Olsen test, which is really developed for high pH soils, do a much better job. So the key point here is that if you are dealing with those high pH soils, we also need to start looking at other soil test methods. Are we using the right soil test method? And especially for things like phosphorus. Many labs will automatically be switching and using the right method. But if not, then we need to pay a little bit more attention to this. Other nutrients, especially cations, can be affected as well, especially calcium, very high pH. You start to see some of those calcium value kind of show a little bit funny there. Potassium and others, not so much, but definitely calcium. If we look at calcium cation exchange capacity, which is typically not something we use very much, is more commonly used in the eastern part of the state and states like Missouri and so on. But also can be affected. Are we using the right method in those very high pH situations? Once we're getting to pH of roughly 7.4 and higher, some of these relationships start to basically look pretty bad. And again, especially because again, some of these methods like Melick-3 and ammonium acetate not necessarily perform well in those high pH scenarios. So again, pH 7.4, 7 high and higher, just ask the question, what kind of methods we are using? Is this the right one? And again, oftentimes this is not a problem for many of our labs. They automatically adjust, but if not, we just need to ask that question as well. Okay, so generally, again, high variability in many fields that we see in pH. Stratification is one of the challenges we see in no-till systems. And so oftentimes we do need to look at different sampling depths, okay? And so this is something to keep in mind for some of you that are looking at no-till, maybe some acidification developing. And also some of the salt test method that may be affected in those very high pH scenarios. And with that, I think we do have some time for questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Dorivar. Hey, as we're getting ready to start with our questions, Cody, are you ready to jump in with some questions from Zoom?
We are. So Dorivar, we've got a slew of these here. Will chelated iron on top of the soil included with the starter be effective, or does it need to be in furrow with the seed?
Yes, this is a very good question. We did try actually even 2x2, and it's not the same. It really needs to be in contact, in furrow, in contact with the seed. As long as we have some separation from the seed in those very high pH situations, and most of what we're dealing with is pH of 7.8 or higher, again, it really needs to be in furrow.
And this kind of follows along, Dorivar. Do you think we'll ever have a seed treatment for soybeans in high pH?
Yes, this is a good question, and actually one of the components of this study, we did have really look at seed treatments with some of these chelates. I know there are some attempts already to do this. I'm aware of at least one product out there that's starting to look at seed treatments. I don't know how effective they are for iron chlorosis in particular, but there's now options to put at least some micronutrients basically to the seed. And so those are, I think, are potentially very helpful, especially again for micros where we don't need a lot of these nutrients that can be applied in direct contact with the seed.
And Dorivar, could the chelates tie up other micros when you're trying to take care of the higher pHs?
That's a very good point. And the particular product that we use actually we have to keep in mind that chelates is basically a form of organic compound, and what basically do this chelate is basically get the metal micronutrients and keep it in solution. And so what I actually tend to see is that you can see even increase of other micronutrients with some of these chelates. In other words, the one that we apply for iron, we tend to see also some increase in uptake of zinc and manganese, for example, just because we do have that chelate in place and actually capturing some other micros and helping with uptake. And so, yes, it can capture other micros, but actually ultimately will make it available to the plant. So it's essentially still very helpful to have that chelate in the soil near the seed.
And Jeannie, if you need to cut me off, just let me know here. But Dorvar, I think you and I have kind of had this conversation before, but on this question, when looking at making a liming recommendation for a crop to adjust to a pH higher, should you consider a 0 to 3 inch sample, pH value of 5.7, with a 3 to 6 inch pH value of 6.5, and 6.7 pH at 6 to 9 even worth liming?
That's a very good question, and I'm glad you asked that. In no-till system, we really need to be looking at 0 to 3 inches. So what I typically will say is that if we identify that we are a little low on the pH, we need to go back and do that 0 to 3, because the line recommendations is going to come specifically for that depth. Okay, so we have to keep that in mind. And so we can use the similar guidelines of, say, for example, anything below 5.8 will basically get a line recommendation. However, the rates are going to be adjusted for 3 inches. And again, based on what we're seeing, surface application, that's basically all the soil that we're affecting, the upper 3 inches. So we should really go back and do 0 to 3 inches. Now, it is a little bit of an issue, if we are doing a grid sampling, we don't want to go and do, the entire grids again for 3 inches. I understand that. And I don't think we need to. I think we need to go and identify based on those maps, okay, we do have some areas where it's maybe a little bit of an issue, maybe go and identify those and collect some selective points at 0 to 3. And I think that's definitely a must for no-till systems.
And Dorvar, does lime have any effect on the soil's physical properties like cloddiness?
That's an excellent question too, and this is actually something that we are hoping to evaluate with some of these study. Physical properties is a little bit more difficult to measure. We do tend to see some, visual differences, maybe infiltration and that sort of things, because we do have more calcium, right? And so more calcium near the surface will obviously help with, structure of the soil and hopefully also with water infiltration. We were not able, in this particular study, we're not able to measure that, but I think there's potentially an effect there. But like I say, typically physical properties is a lot more difficult to get good measurements. But yes, definitely another positive aspect of lime in general.
I'm just going to jump in here real quick. Guys, we're entering into our break time, but there's a lot of questions that are coming in. So if anybody needs to take a quick break, go ahead and do so, but we'll keep Dorvar here for a few more minutes answering questions, and then we'll start back up at 2:45 with presentations. So Dorvar, we're going to keep you with questions here, but if anybody, we're getting into break time. So Cody, before I turn it back over to you, Aaron, do you have a question from YouTube?
Yeah, I've got one on YouTube here. Dorvar, what pH is too high for even EDDHA in furrow with tolerant beans to grow? With a combination strategy, we still have 0 yielding spots in soybeans.
Yes, that's a very good question. And typically when we talk about pH, the highest the pH will tend to go is about pH of 8.2. And then from that point on, we have calcium carbonate accumulation. Now, the only situation where we're going to have higher pH than that and approach pH of 8.5 or 9 is when we have sodium in that particular soil. And so suddenly we're talking about sodic soil in that situation. So I think those very extreme situations, we may be talking about sodic soils, some level of sodium in that soil. In that kind of situation, I think we have other problems. It's not longer just iron chlorosis. It's very likely a combination of high sodium that will definitely evaluate that kind of situation. But in our studies, typically in that range of about 8.2 We do see some good responses. The level of calcium carbonate that we have in our locations were typically not higher than about 7 or 8% calcium carbonate, maybe 10%, I think it was the highest. And so those are kind of give you an idea of the conditions we have in our studies.
And Dorvar, Lucas did send a message here that we do need to make sure we get some work from our sponsors. So I think we're going to roll into those. But if you don't mind, Dorvar, in the question answers, if you had time, if you could type some of those answers in there, if you wouldn't mind. But
Yes,
Lucas,
I'll be glad to do
there
that.
to take away. Excuse me, he said can do one more. Here's what he said. So let's go here. Do you think soy green is a good product to use on high pH situations in furrow when planting soybeans?
Yes, it's one of the products that we use, and again, is a good source. And again, it's just a different type of chelates, and that's where we need to be looking at the different sources. But yes, it is one good alternative, definitely.
Okay, thanks, Dorvar. Anybody else that has questions, please put them in the Q&A box. If you're not joining us on Zoom, go ahead and send them in, and we'll have the agents put them into the Q&A box here and try to get some answers back for you. We're going to go ahead and move to break here. Dorvar will go through and he'll just answer those questions individually. Everybody who is out watching us on Zoom, you can just click on the Q&A down at the bottom, and actually you can read through what other folks are asking for questions and what those answers are. So you might have things rolling around in your mind that are actually showing up in the Q&A box already. So with that, I think we'll go ahead and move right into break. Thanks, Dorvar, for tackling this challenging subject of pH, because it seems like we have just a little bit of an area around a seed where we can make an effect and actually change how our crops are looking. So thanks for tackling that for us. So with that, Lucas, do you want to take us into break?
Yep, we'll do that and plan to be back here shortly.
Oxy Implement Company is your place to go for all your farming needs. When it comes to farm equipment, Case IH is the name you can trust and rely on. And Oxy Implement Company has a wide variety of new and used equipment to help make your farming operation a profitable one. So whether you need a new combine, tractor, sprayer, corn head, drills, or any other farm equipment, Oxy Implement Company can take care of all your farming needs. Bring the future of farming into today by contacting the professional and friendly staff of Oxy Implement Company.
Sentinel, the industry-leading liquid row monitor from Surefire Ag, eliminates costly mistakes that could subtract revenue from your bottom line. Sentinel utilizes your existing in-cab display to provide instant notification of flow variances and row blockages. Sentinel is the smart choice that pays for itself. Quick Draw drives sprayer productivity. Surefire Ag's automated spray tender system can meter, mix, and load a 1,000-gallon batch in just 8 minutes. Less time loading means more acres sprayed. Quick Draw from Surefire Ag, driving sprayer productivity. Learn more at surefireag.com.
We at American Agricultural Laboratory in McCook, Nebraska are celebrating our 45th anniversary. Dr. Bob Olson started the laboratory as Olson's Lab, making its mark in the agriculture community. Christine joined Olson's Lab team in 2003 as laboratory technician with 17 years of experience in the agricultural field. Kevin and Skip each have been with the lab for 34 years, both starting as chemists, Kevin becoming the lab manager and Skip becoming head of IT. In 2007, Christine and Kevin purchased the laboratory from Dr. Olson. Combining their 42 years of lab experience and different strengths, they first focused on customer service. This, along with proven proficiency of results, helped to more than double the client base in the first 3 years. At that time, the lab was just under 10,000 square feet and getting tight. In 2014, the name was changed to American Agricultural Laboratory to reflect the national and international growth of the company. In July 2015, renovations on a 36,000 square foot building began to accommodate more samples and equipment. By January 2016, American Agricultural Laboratory was fully functional in the new location at 700 West D Street in McCook. The spacious new building was designed to maximize flow and production while housing state-of-the-art equipment and provide a comfortable work environment for the staff. After many years of testing soil, fertilizer, manure, feed, plant tissue, water, and heavy metals, soil health was introduced and continues to grow and be very exciting. We are dedicated to customer service, excellence in our analysis, and progress in agronomy. Thank you to the clients who have gotten us this far. Welcome to new prospective clients and friends. We look forward to continuing to provide you with analysis you can grow with.
As we're coming back from break here, I'd just like to remind everybody who's getting CCA credits to text in your CCA number. And if you could also put in and out for us, that would help our record keeping on the back side of things. So just email in your CCA number with in and out, so that way we can keep everybody signing in and signing out straight on going forward. So Lucas, are you ready to take back over?
Yeah, I think we're ready to continue on. So next up, we have Vipin Kumar with us. And so Vipin's going to give us an update on the research trials he's running across your western Kansas, looking in a variety of systems. And so with that, Vipin, if you share your screen, we'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Can you hear me, Lucas?
Yep, sure can.
Can you see the slides?
We can see your PowerPoint window. We don't have the full screen. You'll have to start the presentation, and that'll get your polling going also.
Can you see now? Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vipin Kumar. I'm a wheat scientist based in Ag Research Center in Hayes. It's been 3 years with Kansas State, and gonna focus for today's presentation on some of the key wheat species we been facing here in the western part of the state, mainly kochia and palmer amaranth. So gonna share some of the results, some of the studies we have been doing over the years. As Lucas mentioned at the start of the conference, that there are two ways to participate in a poll questions, and there are 4 different ways to participate or ask the questions to me and other presenter. So please go ahead and do those, ask questions. That's very important for us to get the feedback and to incorporate those in our program. So please participate in those questions. Just a little outline. What I'm going to talk about today is basically some work we have been doing on herbicide-resistant palmer amaranth and kochia field survey across high plains. I'm going to show some of the results on those screening work, and going to focus a little bit on some field studies looking at different management strategies for palmer amaranth and kochia control in major cropping systems in western Kansas. Going through these topics, I will touch base briefly on some other research topics like new herbicide tolerant sorghum, which is an high growth sorghum, and a little bit on cover crops, because Sarah Lancaster in the subsequent presentation gonna focus more on that. I'll just briefly touch base on some of the high growth sorghum. So to start with, the first species I'm gonna focus on is a palmer amaranth. As most of you know, it's one of the major challenge right now for Kansas cropping systems. Palmer amaranth, one of the member in pigweed family. It starts coming in somewhere in early May to mid-May. And when it starts coming, it comes in flushes. A lot of emergence or extended emergence we see throughout the summer until mid-August. Sometime middle of September, we also see some flushes coming. So aggressive weed species compete quite well with our cropping systems and can cause a lot of yield losses in different crops. And one of the unique feature with this species is it produces a lot of seeds. Single female plant is known to produce half to 1 million seeds. So you can see a lot of potential to invade to new areas and cause infestations over the years with those characteristics. So when I came on the board with the K-State, my predecessor, Dr. Phil Stallman, had already started a project with the idea of looking at a distribution and frequency of herbicide-resistant palmer amaranth across Kansas. He had collected about 150 population across 27 different counties from western and central part of the state. And we continued those collections across the years, and we had some lines or some populations collected from northeast part of the state from soybean fields as well. 2018, we also collected some water hemp population from southeast part of the state. So the idea is to cover the whole state in terms of seeing the distribution of herbicide-resistant palmer amaranth and water hemp in the state. So what we do normally every fall, we visit those fields wherever we see palmer amaranth. These pictures basically show one of our former technicians collecting palmer amaranth from sorghum fields. My postdoc, we were in the southeast part of the state collecting water hemp seeds from soybean fields. So we collect about 40 to 50 female heads, scattered over the field, and took the GPS coordinates, bring those seeds back and clean them and start screening in the fall season. So this year we started some of the screening, the subset of those populations. I'm gonna share some of those results here. So we started screening 20 palmer amaranth populations. So basically these palmer amaranth populations came from central part of the state, south central Kansas. And we grow them in a 50-cell plastic trays. As you see in this picture here, each tray has 50 seedlings, and each tray contains potting mix, commercial potting mix, where those seedlings were grown. So when those seedlings were 7 to 9 centimeter, which is about 3 to 4 inch tall, we screened them with different herbicide chemistries, commonly used herbicides, things like Roundup, Flexstar, Vidon, which is 2,4-D, Clarity, Liberty, Clisto, Atrax, as well as Glean. So these are some of the commonly used herbicides we use in our system. So we wanted to see what is the response of those population to these chemistry independently. So the rates we use for each of those herbicide was field use rates, basically what growers normally use on their production farm. So these are some of the results based on those screening results. We sprayed those seedlings and took dead and live counts from each tray. And based on those alive counts, we took survival percentage from each populations for each herbicides. So what you are seeing here on the y-axis is a percent survival frequency from each population. For example, here in the case of Roundup and Flexstar. So if you see across the population, we got out of 20 population, 9 of them had more than 20% survival. So we used 20% survival as a kind of cutoff value to really say that there is some problem if we have more than 20% survival frequency in that population to that herbicides. Same case in a Flexstar, more than 11 population showed 20% or equal to 20% survival frequency. Here is some pictures showing the response of those population to Roundup at 21 days after treatment. You can see the wide variation response we see with those populations. Some of the population were completely killed, and some were having moderate level of survival frequencies, and some were having high level of frequencies like 60 to 70%, even 80% survival frequency to Roundup. Similar kind of response to Flexstar. Flexstar is a commonly used herbicide in soybean, a fomacephone or group 14 herbicides. And it was surprising because in central part of the state, there's not a whole lot been soybean grown, but there is some soybean productions going on. But we saw a similar kind of response, what we saw with the Roundup. 2,4-D and Clarity, we saw 5 or 6 different population from central part of the state showing more than 20% survival frequency. But in case of dicamba or Clarity, none of those tested populations survived more than 20%. They were all killed with the field use rate of Clarity. Here is the picture showing 2,4-D and Clarity treatments. You can see on the left side, there were survivals in some of those populations. But in case of Clarity, we didn't see any of those populations having more than 5% survival. Liberty and Callisto. Liberty is another important herbicide we have been using, and there is more alliance been going on Liberty because of glyphosate resistance in our wheat species. But surprisingly, we saw majority of those tested population had some survival frequency, more than 20% survival frequency. And for almost 18 out of 20 population showed more than 20% survival to Callisto, which is a mesotrione, commonly used herbicide in this part of the country. Again, the pictures response showing those population response to Liberty and Callisto at 21 days after treatment. And you can see there is quite a few population showing survival frequency more than 20% with Liberty, and majority of the population were showing response or survival frequency more than 20% to Callisto. Atrax, which is atrazine and Glean, mostly Atrax we use as a pre-programs herbicide, but here we tested as a post atrazine and the Glean as a post treatment. So all the tested population had more than 20% survival frequency. So telling that post applied atrazine is not going to help controlling any of those tested population. And same was the case in Glean or group 2 herbicide. We had high survival frequency to chlorsulfuron or Glean herbicide. So this is we have already also reported multiple resistant palmer amaranth in the south central part of the state. We have 3 different population documented, one from Barton County, Pratt County, and Kiowa County, that has shown multiple resistance to 4 to 5 different herbicides, including 2,4-D, Roundup, Glean, Atrax, Callisto. And these are the level of resistance in the parentheses you can see. Low to very high level of resistance to some of those chemistries we have documented in Palmer amaranth. So what it tells is that Palmer amaranth or multiple resistant Palmer amaranth has really become a challenge for Kansas folks in this part of the country. Okay, here is the question, poll question. Palmer amaranth is the most problematic weed in Kansas cropping systems. How many of you think that's the most common or most problematic weed species, or do you think any other weed species? Well, 90% says yes, and 14% are saying no. Okay, I think this is number 1 right now for our areas. Okay, good. That's a good indication. I think that's everybody knows probably. So let's move on. Some of the management side of the managing Palmer amaranth. So first scenario, I'm taking the wheat stubble. Once we harvest our wheat in late June or early July, we normally see our wheat stubbles occupied by Palmer amaranth. Those are the times when the temperature goes up and we get a little bit rain, and then Palmer amaranth kind of shoot up, and within a week, 10 days, they are like 1 or 2 foot tall. So what are the options, especially when we are having glyphosate resistant Palmer amaranth? What options do we have as a post burn down programs in wheat stubble? So that was the main aim of this study, to look at some of the alternate options other than glyphosate. So we tested a number of herbicides here in this study in Hays, and our Palmer amaranth population was not glyphosate resistant. It was a glyphosate sensitive population. And you can see over the 2 years, 2019 and 2020, we saw quite consistent response with some of the herbicide we tested. The programs we had generally like Roundup Power Max, which is a glyphosate, Clarity, 2,4-D, or mixture of Roundup with Clarity or 2,4-D. Those are our standard burn down programs we use. And then we had Clarity with Atrax, Clarity with 2,4-D, or Gramoxone based programs, Gramoxone or Paraquat alone, or with the Gramoxone with Atrax, Sencor, Valor, 2,4-D, Spartan, Authority Supreme. So the idea of adding those soil active compounds with Gramoxone was to see some extended activity or residual activity for controlling late season Palmer amaranth flushes. Because Gramoxone is a pretty contact herbicide, doesn't have any soil residual activity. So over the 2 years, what we noticed with the Gramoxone based programs, we were pretty consistently killing those Palmer amaranth, more than 97, 98% control with the majority of those Gramoxone based programs we saw in terms of Palmer amaranth control. And you can also see the Roundup itself was pretty effective, 96, 87% control. And the same was the case with Sharpen based programs, 19, but there was some variation in 2020. And then we had a 3-way mixtures of Liberty 2,4-D Roundup or Liberty Clarity Roundup were also pretty effective in controlling those big Palmer amaranth, 2 and 2.5 feet tall Palmer amaranth. So just to note that we sprayed these programs when Palmer amaranth were, heading, they were producing heads, they were producing the inflorescence. So you can see those chemistries with the high rate and appropriate adjuvants, they were still pretty effective controlling those tall Palmer amaranth in stubbles. Some of the beauty shots here, you can see this is a non-treated plot. A lot of Palmer amaranth on the back. There's some grasses and sandbur, all kind of grass species you can see. This is a 21 days after treatment. This is a non-treated plot though. And here is a Gramoxone with Spartan, one of the best treatment you see, pretty good control, pretty clean plot. And this is a three-way mix of Liberty Roundup Clarity in 2019. Also looking pretty good, pretty clean. You can see palm amaranth, on the sides, the running checks, but the plots where we sprayed was pretty clean 21 days after treatment. So moving on to palm amaranth control in sorghum. I got a lot of questions last summer on controlling palm amaranth in sorghum. And to be honest with you, there are not many options, not many herbicide options to go with in grain sorghum. So this is one of the study we have done in Hayes, looking at some cultural practices which can be integrated with herbicide programs to look at palm amaranth and kochia control in grain sorghum. This is again been 2-year study we did in Hayes, and we had 3 different factors in this study. So that we had used a cold tolerant sorghum hybrids, the one hybrid from Pioneer, commercial available cold tolerant hybrid, and one from KSU sorghum breeding program from Hayes. So there were 2 hybrids we selected, and we had 2 row spacing, 30-inch and 15-inch. So 30-inch is our standard row spacing, and 15-inch is our narrow row spacing. And we had 3 herbicide programs, pre alone or pre followed by post, as well as a non-treated check. So the pre option was a degree extra at the full rate, and then post application of Husky at 15 fluid ounce per acre. Some of the results, this is a % control of kochia and palmer amaranth. And you can see the pre followed by post program were quite effective in controlling both kochia and palmer amaranth compared to pre alone program. Here is a picture of non-treated plot. You can see heavy infestation of kochia and some palmer amaranth. And this is a pre followed by post program, end of July, where you can see pretty clean plot using those pre followed by post program. Total weed biomass had a same trend. You see a lot of biomass be accumulated in non-treated plot, and we were able to reduce that biomass to 0 with the pre followed by post program compared to pre alone program. Sorghum yield was also corresponding to those control and weed biomass data. We saw highest yield with the pre followed by post program compared to the pre alone program. So basically herbicide factor or herbicide programs were significant among those 3 factors. And then there was a significant effect of hybrid as well. We saw the Pioneer hybrid produce more yield compared to our sorghum breeding or the hybrid from our sorghum breeding program. There was some concern with that hybrid that there was a more bird damage on that hybrid compared to our commercial hybrid. Moving on to another study we did here in 2020 was to look at palmer amaranth control in eye growth sorghum. As most of you know, eye growth sorghum is a new herbicide tolerant sorghum where the hybrid is going to be available by Alta Seed, and the herbicides label for this trait is Emiflex is going to be provided by UPL company. So Emiflex will be is a label now. It's been approved by EPA, and you guys can spray as a pre as well as a post. So the idea here was to look at the Emiflex in combination with our standard pre-programs, if there is any additional benefit of adding Emiflex in our programs for palmer amaranth control, because this is the herbicide mainly coming for grass control, but has some broad spectrum activity. So my idea was to look at if there is additional benefit of adding Emiflex with our standard pre-programs in terms of palmer amaranth control. In terms of treatments, we had Emiflex alone treatment, 9 fluid ounce. This is the label rate you can go with as a pre, and 6 ounce as a post. And then we had a tank mixtures of Emiflex with atrazine, bicep, 2 magnum, degree extra. These are our standard sorghum herbicides or pre-plied herbicide. We tested here Lexar, Sequence, Callisto, Coyote, and Warren. So here is the % control data on palmer amaranth control data at 2 different ratings, 25th of June and 26th of July. This is about 15 days and like 6 weeks after treatment. You can see early ratings was pretty consistent, but later on we saw almost less than 20% control with Emiflex alone treatment, compared with where we had our standard programs, pretty effective programs like Degree Extra or Lexar, providing 85, 90, 95% control. So what we noticed was Emiflex was not able to have a lot of activity on Palmer amaranth in this study. You can see this is a picture, looks like a non-treated plot with Emiflex applied at 9 ounces per acre rate. However, when we had a standard program like Lexar, was quite clean. You can see here in this picture. So the take home out of this study is, if you're really planning your programs for Palmer amaranth control, you don't need to rely on Emiflex itself. Emiflex can be used for grass control or some specific species, but may not be good enough for Palmer amaranth control. Okay, moving on to some of the other work we have done here for Palmer amaranth control or kochia control in sunflower. So this is the study been done across 3 states and been funded by National Sunflower Association. I'd like to acknowledge my co-authors on this study, Jeannie Falk-Jones from Colby, Nevin Lawrence and Cody Creech. Both are extension weed specialists based in Scottsbluff with the University of Nebraska. And John Spring, the area agronomist with Colorado State University, who has recently moved to Oregon State. So we conducted this study across 5 sites. We had Hayes as a dry land, Colby, Akron in Colorado, Sydney, Nebraska, and Scottsbluff. And out of those 5 sites, we had 2 irrigated sites, Scottsbluff and Colby, and other 3 sites were dry land. So the idea here was to look at some of the herbicide programs we have labeled in sunflower. And over the years, what happened, we have additional label or a label from Zidua herbicide that can be used as a post in sunflower. So the idea was to look at a Zidua in combination with those standard programs, if we can extend the activity or residual activity of those compounds for Palmer amaranth control or kochia control throughout the season. So some of the treatments we tested here across those 5 sites was our standard programs like Prowl or Broadex or Spartan Charge itself. And then we had follow-up treatments of Zidua at 1.5 ounce, either at 2 true leaf stage, 4 true leaf stage, or 6 true leaf stage of sunflower. So the idea of having those 3 different timing was to optimize that timing of Zidua that is needed for extending that activity, because if you check the Zidua label, it's not very effective as a post herbicide, but it has a lot more activity as a pre-herbicide. So the idea was to add that activity to our standard programs of Prowl or Broadex or Spartan Charge. And we wanted to see the influence of the environment, dry land versus irrigated environments, how they do under those conditions. So here is some data from Hayes 2019. You can see this is a non-treated check, kochia and Palmer amaranth. The blue bars are Palmer amaranth, red bars are kochia. These are the density data we took at 30-foot row from the center of the plot. And you can see there were like moderate level of infestation of Palmer amaranth, 8 to 10 plants per row, and then 4 to 6 plants for kochia and non-treated plots. And wherever we had herbicide treatments, we were able to reduce those densities compared to our non-treated check. But in case of Broadex-based programs, we are able to reduce those densities to 0. However, we didn't see any statistical difference among those treatments in terms of the weed density counts. In 2020, we also see a little bit benefit of adding of having a Broadex compared to Prowl-based programs. However, there was not a whole lot of difference, significant difference among those programs. Adding Zidua 2-leaf, 4-leaf, or 6-leaf didn't add anything additionally what we saw with our standard programs of Prowl, Broadex, or Spartan. So no difference in percent control. We didn't see much difference in terms of weed biomass, total weed biomass. You can see there's a lot of variation we observe across the plots. You can see from those standard error on those bars, there was not a whole lot of difference. In yield, also similar way, we didn't see much difference from the yield perspectives. So Scott's Bluff, again, I'm not showing all the sites. This is just a one irrigated site I'm showing here. It's a Scott's Bluff, Western Nebraska. Wherever we had those herbicide programs, we reduced the palmer amaranth density. You can see this is a non-treated check, 180, more than 180 plants versus wherever we had herbicide program, we had 5 or 10 plants. However, we didn't see much difference in terms of yield among those treatments. No difference. So basically, this is a picture showing a non-treated plot at Scott's Bluff, a heavy infestation of palmer amaranth, and this is one of the best treatment products. And once we add Zidua as a 2-leaf, 4-leaf, or 6-leaf, didn't see much benefit of adding Zidua. So the take home out of those dryland and irrigated environments is our standard programs did not get enough benefit of adding Zidua as a post-treatment in terms of palmer amaranth or kochia control. Switching the gear here, going to talk about some of the historical weed species which we see in western Kansas, western Nebraska, eastern Colorado is a kochia. 2007 was the time when glyphosate-resistant kochia was documented in western Kansas. And since then, we have almost all Great Plains states where glyphosate resistance has been reported in kochia, and even states like in Pacific Northwest, Idaho, Nebraska, Washington, and Oregon has glyphosate-resistant kochia. This is known, and when I came on board, I wanted to see what is the distribution, what is the frequency of herbicide-resistant kochia in not only in western Kansas but western Oklahoma, northern Texas, and as well as eastern Colorado and western Nebraska. So this is the ongoing project we have started in 2018 and 19. Just going to show some of the results from Kansas populations. So we collected these kochia. We collected, live tissues, as you can see in the pictures. We collected mature seeds from different scenarios, different crops. Wherever we see kochia, we go and collected those just to see what is the response of those populations to our commonly used herbicides. So this is the list of population we had from western Kansas, 2018 and 19, and different scenarios. And again, similar to palmer amaranth, we screened them under greenhouse at haze, and we had screening going on right now. We screened with the 5 different herbicides like Roundup, Glean, Clarity, Starane, and Atrax, all those post-applied herbicides using the field use rates. So when they were like 3 to 4 inch tall, we screened those kochia population with all those herbicides separately, and took the live and dead count at 21 days after treatments. So here is some response or results to Roundup on those 17 populations. All of those populations had more than 20% survival frequency. Even some, they had 80, 90% survival frequency. So all those populations showed resistance to glyphosate. Glean or chlorsulfuron, similar was the response. All of those populations survived field use rate of Glean. Clarity, almost 70% of those populations had 20% or more than 20% survival frequency. So dicamba resistance is also getting more and more problem for us in high plains. Starane, which is a fluroxypyr, heavily used herbicides for controlling some of those glyphosate-resistant or Glean-resistant kochia. We had 3 populations where we saw more than 20% survival frequency, but other populations were less than 20% survival frequency. Atrax or atrazine, when we had post-applied atrazine, only 2 populations had some problems, but majority of other populations were killed with the field use rate of Atrax. So here is the question again, among the following weed species, which one is the most difficult to control weed species in high plains? 88% palmer amaranth. So there is none of the above also. So which one is the most troublesome, difficult to control, other than these four?
If you voted for none of the above, if you want to put your answer into the chat box on the side so we can see what one is the most difficult that you feel.
Okay, so far is 83% palmer amaranth, 14% kochia, and some downy brome, and none of the above. So no problem with Russian thistle. Okay, I'll take it. I think that's pretty good representations, what we have been seeing in high plains. Palmer amaranth is number one, and then kochia. So this is a picture of showing those herbicide chemistries we screened with the kochia populations. Here you can see Roundup survived. I mean, the population survived. Majority of the seedlings survived Roundup treatment, and then we had Glean, Clarity, and Starane. But you see the Atrax or atrazine. This is what Roundup used to be look like 10, 15 years ago. But I was very surprised to see atrazine was working pretty effectively as a post. However, we also have a documented case of atrazine and Senko resistant kochia from Garden City area. So pretty high level resistance, 13-fold to Senko and 23-fold resistant to post-applied Atrax or atrazine and post-applied Senko in one of the line from cornfield. So it's not like it's not there, but the frequency is lesser compared to Roundup in case of atrazine resistance. So some of the study we did look at some of the programs for controlling kochia in corn this year, and this was done in corn in haze. And the programs we compared was a pre followed by post, pre followed by early post or late post, and different combinations. Here you can see programs like Verdict with atrazine, followed by Liberty atrazine or Liberty with Armazon Pro plus atrazine, and things like that. And those programs were compared with the Resicor atrazine followed by Durango atrazine or Acuron-based programs. So the take home from these combinations, we looked at two different ratings. They were all pretty effective controlling this kochia. This was a glyphosate-resistant kochia block. So we were pretty happy with majority of the treatments, except this last treatment of Acuron followed by Liberty plus Status plus atrazine, where control did not exceed 77% in the first rating, and then it declined less than 50%. And the yield data was pretty consistent with those control ratings as well. So here is a picture of a non-treated plot in that study. You can hardly see any corn plant, but mostly kochia. This is all glyphosate-resistant kochia. And here is one of the best treatment, Verdict plus atrazine, followed by Roundup plus Armazon plus atrazine. Okay, in terms of pre-options, what we're going to use, this is the work being done in Garden City and Tribune by Dr. Curry and Dr. Thompson and Dr. Alan Schlegel, looking at the timing of pre-applied herbicides in a fallow system or in a fallow phase in terms of kochia control. So you can see the programs they had tested was atrazine clarity with Zidua, or atrazine clarity with Sharpen or Corvus. The same treatment they applied in fall versus spring. And what they found, this is one of the site I'm showing here is a Garden City area, that fall applied treatments with those programs, we had good control 5 weeks after spring applied pre's in the first two ratings, but then it started declining in the later part of the season. However, when we had spring applied, timing, we were pretty consistent in terms of kochia control, even up to 17 weeks after spring applied pre-herbicides. So it's very important to know the moistures and the seed bank you have, or the problems you had last year, and manage or plan your programs and timings accordingly in terms of kochia control. Okay, some of the post options we tested. What are the post options we have when we have those multiple resistant kochia on our ground? So especially looking at auxin mixtures. So we had tested auxinic herbicides, things like Clarity, Pixaro, Duploson, or Dicloprop, or 2,4-D itself, and then combination of those, two-way combination and three-way combination. And they were all sprayed here in haze. In one of the block, we have glyphosate and dicamba resistant kochia. Here are some of the quick results. Those standalone programs, so for dicamba, Pixaro, Duploson, or 2,4-D, none of them were more than 65% control of kochia, any of those ratings or timings. But when we had a combination of programs like Clarity with Pixaro, or Clarity with Pixaro with Duploson, or with the 2,4-D, or with the Clarity with Duploson with 2,4-D, we had 95, 98% control. So this is again tough weed species we control with these treatments. So here is a non-treated plot. You can see this is a Clarity or dicamba. We see kochia surviving there. This is a Pixaro. This is a new mixtures or premix available for kochia control in fallow and wheat. And this is a Clarity with Pixaro. You can see the combination working pretty well compared to standalone herbicide. This is the Duploson, which is Dicloprop, 2,4-D. And this is a three-way mix of Clarity, Duploson, and 2,4-D, almost 100% control with that treatment. Okay, moving on. I think I will skip these slides and just jump on the question answer thing. If you guys have any questions, let me know. You can call me, my office number, 785-625-3425, or shoot me an email at vkumar@ksu.edu, or you can follow me at Twitter as well. Is there any question in the Q&A box, Jeannie?
Vipin, there is. We're running a little bit over on time here. So okay. If you guys have questions for Vipin, please go ahead and put them in the Q&A box. And Vipin, are you okay with going in and typing answers to those questions?
Sure, I will.
Okay, great. Okay, so go ahead and put your questions into the Q&A box, or if you're on the other mediums, please do that. Please send your questions in. We'll have Vipin answer those for you and go with that route. So we're just going to keep moving right ahead with weed control. And so we have Sarah Lancaster. Sarah is our state extension weed specialist, and she's based out of Manhattan, but has spent some time out west here to get a little bit of a feel of how challenging weed control also can be out here. Sarah works quite a bit with Vipin and myself on just talking through weed control issues in our area. So we'll go ahead and just jump right in. We've asked Sarah to talk about what's going on and with sorghum weed control, because there seems to be a lot of new technologies and a lot of things to learn and what to expect from some of these new technologies. So Sarah, I think you're ready to roll.
All right. Can you hear me okay, Jeannie?
Sure can.
All right. Thanks, guys. Like Jeannie said, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the new developments in sorghum weed control. So, herbicide-resistant grain sorghums have kind of been in the works for quite a while now, but we're starting to see those technologies gain some traction. So we're going to go through some of the K-State research related to grass control in those systems. And I want to spend some time today talking a little bit about stewardship of those technologies. So thanks for listening. And I want to remind you guys, I've got, I think, 3 different poll questions in here. So I just want to make sure everybody remembers how to submit your responses there online or via text. So I'll look forward to seeing your answers to this first poll question. So To what extent have limitations in weed management led you to avoid growing grain sorghum? Okay. It looks like maybe our numbers are sort of stabilizing. So about half, a little under half, are saying that sometimes that does play an issue. About 20% are saying a lot, and about a third are saying not much at all. So let's see here. There we go. So we do have fewer herbicide options in grain sorghum relative to some of the other cropping systems. And so for that reason, I just wanted to touch a minute on the importance of integrated weed management in grain sorghum. You know, we talk integrated weed management for all of our crops, but it can be especially important for grain sorghum and especially cultural practices like crop rotation. So we're going to hit on crop rotation again when we talk about some of these stewardship practices, but I just wanted to bring it up here at the beginning just so that integrated management is kind of in the back of everyone's mind as we go through this kind of herbicide intensive talk today. So, you know, Vipin did a good job talking about some of the herbicide programs that he's looked at for grain sorghum. And one of the things I think I heard him say is that a 2-pass program is way better than a 1-pass program. And, you know, in general, guys, that's going to be the case with most of our cropping systems. So, you know, thinking about starting clean and staying clean. So maybe for some of you that means tillage, maybe for some of you that means a pre-plant or a burn down herbicide. You know, I didn't go into a lot of details there. I think there are a lot of factors that might influence your choice of program there. And so didn't want to get too specific in this particular talk. At planting, it seems like, you know, most folks, and one of the best things we're doing at planting is some combination of atrazine, mesotrione, or callisto, and metolachlor or dual. So, you know, you can get at those products a variety of ways, but those seem to be fairly consistent. You know, the caveat there is going to be resistance issues with triazine resistance, group 13 resistance. And, you know, at some point we may even start to see some resistance to these group 15 products, the duals. And then again, we're going to want to have a post-emergence program. And we'll talk again a little bit towards the end about the importance of that post-emergence program in some of these new systems. So I just wanted to kind of run down, you know, some of the things we sort of forget about when we think about post applications is this idea of timing. Okay, so a lot of these post products for grain sorghum have some pretty tight limitations on application timings. And so that makes scouting super important and getting out there. For example, a pretty popular combination would be this 2,4-D and atrazine combination. So, you know, just making sure you're getting out there and getting that on timely. So less than 12 inches. And, you know, if you're in some situations where maybe you've got high soil pH or very sandy soils, making sure your sorghum also has enough growth before you make that application. Some other things to point out on this table, you know, I just wanted to take a look at the importance of some of these group 15 products as layered residuals. So putting a residual herbicide out as part of your post-emergence application. And then also imazamox and nicosulfuron, which are the two herbicides that have labels for herbicide-resistant grain sorghum. Okay, so we're going to focus here on this imazamox and nicosulfuron. So that brings me to my next poll question. What are your go-to herbicides for grain sorghum? I talked about a handful there in those last couple of slides. What's your opinion?
And guys, this is not a multiple choice question. This is, you can type in the name of the herbicide, and as you can see, they'll show up on the screen. This is creating what we call a wordle. Basically, as more people are commenting in with a specific name, that will continue to show up and be in larger letters on your screen.
So thank you, Jeannie. I should have clarified that. Thanks for catching me on that.
Yep.
Great. It looks like it's starting to stabilize a little bit. Thank you guys for those contributions. This is interesting to me to look at and to see the different products that y'all are using. Yeah, thank you. Maybe it's helpful for some of you guys to see some options that maybe you hadn't considered or hadn't tried. So, all right, I think we'll go on. Awesome. There we go. All right, so let's transition now from sort of generalities to talking specifically about these herbicide-resistant grain sorghums. There are 3 different technologies that we've been looking for over the last few years. So the one that we've kind of been hearing about the longest is Enzen. Zest has had a herbicide label for a couple of years now. It's developed by Corteva. Zest is a specific formulation of nicosulfuron, which some of you may have experience with in corn production systems. The last I've heard is that we should expect some varieties to be available in 2021. I will tell you that I've heard kind of mixed reviews on that, but the last that I heard was that we should expect some Enzen varieties available for Kansas in 2021. So that'll be good to get those out in growers' fields and start to get some experience with them. The technology that has generated most of the buzz this summer is iGrowth, and Vipin did mention that in his presentation as far as looking at Palmer amaranth control in that system. This system is a collaboration between Advanta, which developed the seed, and a company called UPL, which developed the herbicide. The herbicide that's labeled for use in iGrowth sorghum is called Imiflex. And it's a special formulation of a Mazamox. So you guys might be familiar with a Mazamox as Raptor or Beyond in, say, soybean or alfalfa production. So that's what we're going to be able to use. That's the new tool we'll be able to use in iGrowth sorghum. One of the things to be aware of, and we'll talk about this again when we talk about some of those stewardship practices, but iGrowth you can only use either pre or post. So it has a label for both timings, but we're limited to 1 application per season. So that's going to be important to remember as you consider this system. This system is going to launch in 2021. They were waiting for that Imiflex label approval from the EPA, and they got that actually between Christmas and New Year's. So that was a little Christmas present for the folks at UPL and Advanta. The third technology is the one that is the farthest out. So it's called Double Team. And it's being developed in collaboration with S&W or Sorghum Partners, and the chemical company is Adama. So they are working on a quizalofop formulation. So some of you guys might be familiar with quizalofop as a Shore in your soybean production systems. So that's what we're going to be looking at for Double Team. I want to take a minute here and just point out the fact that quizalofop is different than Zest and Imiflex. So nicosulfuron and a Mazamox are both what we can call group 2 herbicides or ALS inhibiting herbicides. They have a very specific site of action within the plant that stops the production of certain amino acids. But what's really important about this mode of action is that it's kind of the poster child for herbicide resistance development, specifically when we talk about what we call target site resistance development. So, you know, some of the first really kind of in-depth work in the genetics of herbicide resistance occurred with herbicides in this group, okay? So stewardship of these 2 products is going to be very, very, very important from a herbicide resistance management perspective. That's not to say that quizalofop does not have some stewardship concerns. So quizalofop is in a group of chemicals, a group of herbicides that we call ACCase inhibiting herbicides. And these herbicides are only effective on grasses. Okay, that enzyme that they target, there's 2 different forms, and the herbicide only works on the form that's in the grasses. Okay, so that's quizalofop, that's a Shore. Fewer concerns about herbicide resistance in general. However, we still, you know, want to be very careful with this technology when it does become available. The latest word that I'm getting on Double Team is that they're going to work on advanced field testing for 2021. They are still waiting on a registration for that herbicide label. I haven't heard a peep about a name for that product that you might want to look for in the future. And they are also still waiting on some export approvals for some of their, some other countries for the seed. So that being said, the target date for a product launch for commercialization is sometime between 2022 and 2024. Okay, so this one is a little bit down the road yet. So let's dive into some research. So all of the research that I am going to show you guys was conducted in 2020. Sorghum Checkoff funded some trials looking at these 3 technologies all across the sorghum production regions of the US. I've got data here for you today that Vipin generated this summer, and also some data that Dr. Curry and Pat Geyer generated this summer in Garden City. So some things to know about these data going in. These trials were all conducted in fallow fields. So that means there was no grain sorghum in these fields. So we really had kind of ideal conditions for those weeds to grow. There wasn't any crop competition to try to help manage those weeds. So that's important to know. The other thing I'll say about this fallow field situation is that we are anticipating putting trials out this summer where we're looking at these same technologies, but in crop. So that'll be exciting to get to see these technologies side by side going forward this summer in crop. They looked at actually 3 different application timings here. They had pre-application timings, and in this case, they were just looking at Emiflex versus group 15 herbicides. So those group 15 products would be things like Dual or Outlook. Then they had 2 post timings. They had an early post timing and a late post timing, and they were comparing the Imazamox, the Zest, and the Quizalofop, which they used Assure 2 in these trials as the Quizalofop formulation. Each of these products had 2 different rates, and then as I mentioned, they had 2 different timings in this post system. So let's jump into these data here. These are the data that Vipin collected at Hayes this summer, looking at pre-application timings. Okay, so we've got a couple of different ratings here. We've got one about 30 days out and one about 50 days after application. So we've got percent control here on the y-axis. So the height of the bar represents percent control. And then on the X, we've got 2 different rates of Emiflex, 6 and 9 ounces. So those will be the 2 rates. We've got Dual, Warrant, and Outlook. Okay, so the thing that stands out to me about this data set is that really, guys, the Emiflex Pre did a really nice job of controlling this green foxtail 30 and 50 days out. Okay, so the next date, oh, here's a photo. I'm sorry, this is the Emiflex at the 9 ounces. So the high rate of Emiflex, so right here, basically this gray bar, 50 days after treatment. Okay, so you can see really clean plots there with pretty substantial foxtail pressure in those plots. These are the foxtail data that were collected in Garden City. And again, we've got about 30 days out, about 60 days out, and then about 75 days out, 78 days out. So here, 30 days out, there weren't some huge differences in control, but still by 58 days out, these Emiflex treatments were looking better than the group 15 products that were in this study. Okay. They also looked at crabgrass control in Garden City. The stand wasn't super dense, but there was enough there that they felt comfortable rating it. And so if we look at that, we can again see that the Emiflex did quite well in those trials. The differences were not quite as great. Here's a photo of that Emiflex, the low rate of Emiflex. All right, let's look at some post-emergence application treatments here. So these are green foxtail control data from Hayes. Again, our post-treatments, we had Emiflex at 6 ounces, Emiflex at 9 ounces. We had Quizalofop at 6 ounces, Quizalofop at 10 ounces. Again, that was Assure 2 was the formulation there. And then Zest at 2 ounces, at a 1X and a 2X, or at, I'm sorry, 0.68 ounces and 1.02 ounces there. In this case, the foxtail was 4 inches tall. So that's a pretty ideal early post-application timing there, guys. So the thing that stands out among these data for me is that the high rate of quizalofop had the greatest control among all of these treatments for green foxtail post-emergence. Okay. So that was green foxtail at Hayes. And then this is the green foxtail studies from Garden City, early post. These also were 4-inch tall foxtail. The data played out a little bit differently here, but the control was not quite as good. But still, this quizalofop treatment at the higher rate was definitely a treatment that provided better control. Looking at the large crabgrass control at Garden City, these crabgrass were actually about 3/4 of an inch tall. So, but still a good height to target for an early post application of crabgrass. As crabgrass gets much larger, it becomes more difficult to control, as I'm sure you guys know. So you've got Emiflex, quizalofop, and Zest. And all of these treatments at all of the rating timings provided over 80% control. Okay, you might say that the control improved as rating timings went on, but they all provided great control. All right, green foxtail control with a late post application. So in this case, the target was 12-inch foxtail. So that's pretty substantial foxtail, okay? And we have one rating date here that was 21 days after the application, and none of these treatments provided at least 50% control. All of these ratings were 40% control or less, okay? And so, you know, you guys kind of talked about this a little bit with Jordan earlier this afternoon, and just once these weeds get size on them, it becomes very, very difficult to control them. That's not to say that preventing weed seed rain is not important, but that is to say that scouting and timing and doing the best we can to make timely applications to appropriately sized weeds is super important for weed control. Okay. Here is the foxtail control from Garden City. In this case, the foxtail was about 10 inches tall. And the thing that I wanted to point out here, again, none of these treatments provided greater than 70% control. Okay, so delayed treatments hurt us in a lot of ways, not only from the competition and the water use that Jordan talked about, but just from a difficulty of getting control. But the least effective treatments here, guys, were the Zest, okay, and all of the rating timings. So that's what I wanted to point out about this slide. So those are about 20% less than the other treatments there. And then lastly here, we've got large crabgrass control at Garden City. This was 15-inch crabgrass, okay? So we actually got decent control out of this quizalofop treatment here. But again, the lowest control was achieved with Zest, okay? And so I think this data set really makes the point, guys, that thinking about when you want to use the product, timing of weed control, but also knowing your weed species, okay? So you can't just choose one of these products and just go with it and assume it's going to be the end all be all. We need to be thinking about targeting specific products probably for specific uses and specific weed populations, okay? And we're going to learn a lot more about some of this as we go forward this summer. Okay, let's clear that out. All right, let's try this again. So I am really curious to know which of the herbicide-resistant grain sorghum traits is of most interest to you. And you know, if you feel so inclined, if you're feeling chatty this afternoon, you could even open up the chat box and talk to me a little bit about why you chose what you chose. That would be some great feedback for me as I, continue to learn more about life in Western Kansas and the perspective of sorghum growers out there. So all right, so it looks like right now iGrowth is in the lead with about 40%. Then we have Double Team at about 30%. And then Ensign coming in at 11, about 20% saying that they're not really interested in herbicide-resistant grain sorghum. So I'm going to kind of run through some of these comments here just to share them. Ensign, we've had this sort of next year approach. That is, yeah, that can be frustrating. Using crop rotation, you know, those cultural management practices, guys, are so important in general, but we can really use them for some of our troublesome weeds in grain sorghum. And so, yeah, there's a comment here that crop rotation has helped with weed issues in grain sorghum. And then the last comment here looks like grasses aren't really the big problems. It's based on kochia and palmer, and I can absolutely see where someone is coming from with that. Okay, kind of a ditto there. Palmer control will continue to be the biggest challenge in sorghum. So, all right, so there's some comments here. So one of the concerns, a lot of the Palmer amaranth and kochia populations are resistant to ALS inhibiting herbicides. So we need to be aware of that and tempering our expectations for how much they're going to contribute to control. How much they're going to control those really problematic weeds. And this is a great comment here to segue into the conversation on stewardship. So the last part of this comment says that shatter cane control in a corn sorghum rotation could be a good use for iGrowth. So fast fact, when you read the iGrowth label, they actually do not include sorghum and shatter cane on that label, and that is purely for stewardship purposes. We're going to look here in a few minutes at some of the other comments about shatter cane and Johnson grass, but the industry is taking stewardship of these products very seriously. They have worked long and hard to develop these technologies, and they want to maximize their use. They don't want to see them burned out quickly due to resistance issues. So let's look at rotational restrictions and then hit the stewardship topic hot and heavy. So rotational restrictions, some things to look at here. Imiflex, you know, these imidazolinone herbicides are kind of notorious, as well as the sulfonylurea herbicides like Zest, kind of notorious for carryover issues. And so you can see out here, we have some carryover or some rotational restrictions for as long as 26 months for canola for Imiflex. Okay, so some pretty long potential rotation restrictions. The asterisks here, one of the kind of workarounds for using Imiflex in your system would be to look for clear field varieties of crops where that's available. You know, we talk about doing that sometimes for double crop situations after wheat. So we can take that mindset and apply that here as far as managing herbicide residue in that iGrowth system. The other thing I wanted to take a minute and point out is that quizalofop, being a post-emergent product that controls grasses, doesn't have rotation restrictions listed for these broadleaf crops. Okay, no rotation restrictions for broadleaf crops following quizalofop. So I wanted to make sure you guys are aware of this. You know, nobody likes to think about it, but replant is always a possibility. And so you just need to be aware that, you know, going with a system like Imiflex, the iGrowth system or the Ensign system, you know, that could really lock you in on your rotation options, and especially if you do find yourself in a replant situation. All right, stewardship. So number one, we want to manage our fields to slow the development of herbicide-resistant weeds. So, you know, we talk about these things a lot, guys. We talk about mixing and rotating herbicides. We talk about utilizing good crop rotations. all of those same things apply here. You know, even applying maximum use rates, using the proper adjuvant systems. Okay, everything we can do to get maximum efficacy out of our herbicides. We've got to position our herbicides to succeed. We can't be throwing them out there and expecting them to, you know, pull off miracles when we're not doing our part. And I don't want to sound like I'm coming down on anybody, because I know that weather and timing and other obligations, and I know, but I just a reminder there that we've got to do what we can to maximize efficacy of these products. Now, some specifics for these herbicide-resistant grain sorghums. With Imiflex, I mentioned this earlier, we are limited to only 1 application per year for Imiflex. For Zest, you're limited to 2 applications per year. Okay, so 1 or 2 applications per year. So that means paying attention to timing, and again, getting those out there when they're going to be most successful. Another factor that's very important, and again, this goes to managing herbicide resistance, particularly for some of those weedy relatives of grain sorghum. Don't plant grain sorghum in the same field for 2 consecutive years. Okay, it's worded a little differently on the Imiflex and Zest labels, but the long and the short of the story is that that's what you're doing there. You're not planting grain sorghum in the same field for 2 consecutive years. And if you think you have, or you know you have, ALS-resistant shatter cane or Johnson grass, these technologies are not for you, Imiflex and Zest. We don't want to have those escapes in the field. We don't want to be enhancing that problem. Okay, and that leads to the next main bullet point there, and that is to avoid outcrossing of these herbicide-resistant grain sorghums to shatter cane and Johnson grass. Okay, we do not want to have, the terminology would be gene flow from the crop to the weeds. Okay, we do not want to create herbicide-resistant shatter cane and Johnson grass as a result of moving the genes around from the crop. So one of the things that means is that we need to pay particular attention to escapes. Okay, so this is going to be really, especially for Johnson grass and shatter cane, you know, a 0 tolerance threshold here for weed escapes going toward the end of the season. We do not want these grassy weeds flowering at the same time as the grain sorghum. And then also paying attention to field edges, to road ditches, to irrigation canals, all of those types of situations where you might be finding Johnson grass and shatter cane that are not being controlled. Okay, and I mentioned, you know, make sure that the flowering, it's especially important to make sure that the flowering timing is not syncing up. Okay, so being extra diligent or extra vigilant about Johnson grass and shatter cane that potentially is flowering at the same time as your grain sorghum is really, really going to be key here. All right, and that leads me to the last couple of slides that I want to share with you guys today. These are a little bit older slides. Rodrigo Worley is now my counterpart at the University of Wisconsin in Madison, but he worked on this during his PhD program at the University of Nebraska back in 2016. One of the things that they did was they did a survey to look for ALS resistance in Johnson grass and shatter cane across Nebraska, Kansas, and then they looked at Johnson grass in Missouri as well. So this is just kind of a nice overview. Again, these are older data, so it's, you know, likely that we have more populations than they found, but it gives us an idea of where the sort of hot spots might be for some of this herbicide resistance. So, you know, you can see here, all of these black dots represent populations that came back as susceptible. The green dots represent populations that came back as resistant to nicosulfuron or zest. And then the blue dots were resistant to imazethapyr. So that's related to imazamox and a good indicator of a population that is likely to be resistant to imazamox. Okay, so you can see the northern part of kind of north central Kansas, south central Nebraska, and then moving out here into central and western Nebraska, they had some some ALS resistant shatter cane populations. Okay. If you're curious, these big gray halos represent some previously identified ALS resistant shatter cane populations. So they just wanted to point those out and look at how that resistance had spread. So these gray populations, that paper was originally published in 1999. So in 15 years, they went from finding 3 populations to finding 7 actually populations is what they came up with. They also looked at Johnson grass. Okay, so again, they screened populations from Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, same legend. So they did not have as many total populations of Johnson grass as shatter cane. The majority did still come back as susceptible, which is good news. There were some that were resistant to nicosulfuron. There were some that were resistant to imazethapyr. So that's in that same category as imazamox or as imiflex. And then some that were cross-resistant, so resistant to both. Okay, so again, this is not saying that these are the only places where this might occur. I wanted to share these data with you guys to show you that A, these populations are out there, B, this is where some of these hot spots might be located. Okay, as we think about places where maybe the eye growth or the enzyme might not be good fits. Okay. So to wrap things up here, herbicide-resistant grain sorghums, guys, they're great tools. We're super excited to have these tools and to have these advances in the grain sorghum production systems. But guys, they are not silver bullets. You know, in general, silver bullets are not going to come along again for weed management. Okay. And then I just want to emphasize again that these herbicide-resistant sorghums are going to require some very careful product stewardship going forward. And then 2 quick reminders, kind of announcements here. 1, please grab your 2021 hard copy of the Chemical Weed Control Guide. You can also download it from the website. I know I spoke with the bookstore today, and county offices should have received their Chemical Weed Control Guide, so you should be able to go to your county office and pick one up. If not, feel free to give us a holler and we'll figure out how to get you connected with one. And then the last thing I wanted to share with you guys, this is sort of a pet project or a passion project of mine as an extension specialist here. I am cooperating with some folks from the University of Missouri and from North Dakota State University. And we just last week launched the War Against Weeds podcast. So, you know, our next episode will come out actually tomorrow morning. And we're super excited to talk about things like what exactly does herbicide mode of action mean? That's what is on the podcast that's coming out tomorrow. We've got some great conversations lined up about integrated weed management from a consultant's perspective. We've got some conversations on some of the latest research results in herbicide resistance. So we're super excited about this and hope that it's going to be a good way to push current and kind of really specific in-depth information out to you guys to help you all know what the most current recommendations and information is as we battle against herbicide resistant weeds. So with that, I want to invite you guys to reach out to me any way you can. Please, if you're in Kansas, visit with your county or your district agent. Feel free to follow me on Twitter, on Facebook, and there's my email address if you need it. It looks like I see a couple of questions here in the chat, but what else are you guys seeing from Q&A? I think we might literally have a minute for questions.
Okay, Cody, do you want to jump right in with questions you have in the Q&A?
Okay, so yeah, we probably won't be able to get to all of them, but will it be possible to alternate chemistry in a continuous sorghum, 1 year double team followed by Enzyme, Imiflex, then back to say double team?
So it would be possible, but it would be against the labels, right? So, you know, I guess we'll see what the double team label looks like, but I anticipate it'll follow along with those Enzyme and Imiflex labels where they don't want sorghum back to back. They especially don't want the ALS resistant sorghum back to back. So, you know, that sounds great in theory, but I'm just not sure that that's going to be a labeled option. So that's a great question. Thanks, Cody.
Sarah, I've got another one. Would Emiflex provide any control of volunteer corn and milo?
So let's look back here. So look at this right here. We have an 8.5-month rotation restriction to corn coming out of Emiflex. That tells me that it could, but I don't believe it is on the label. I did not specifically look for that on the label. I think it might be a possibility. I can double check with that though. I'll be happy to get back with you guys.
Cody, do you want to sneak one more in real quick?
Okay, will there be a concern with stewardship requirements if a grower is rotating coaxium wheats with Emiflex sorghum?
I would say 100% yes. Those are both ALS inhibiting products. And you know, you're talking about two crops where we are specifically, you know, kind of limited to, we have limited herbicide options. I'm sorry, the chat is popping up and I was reading the chat while I was thinking about that answer. So we're limited a little bit in herbicides in there, and we do rely on those imidazolinone, those ALS inhibiting herbicides in wheat a lot. So, you know, that would want to be something that I would want to think about very carefully as far as going back to back with the, coaxium wheat, ACCase inhibiting. Yes, we don't want to use the same technology back to back. Okay, that's the long and the short answer. I'm sorry. What else have we got?
One more comment in the chat. It says volunteer corn is on the Emiflex label.
Yeah, that's what caught my attention.
Okay. So, okay. I'll just tell everybody, we're going to go ahead and move into break here. Sarah will hang around here for a while to answer questions in the Q&A. Vipin is also still on. So if you have some other questions on weed control, Sarah and Vipin can kind of tag team on getting the answers on some of those questions. So go ahead and put your questions in the Q&A as we're on break, and we'll have them get them answered for you. If you have CCAs, don't forget to email in your checkout for this session, and Lucas is going to take us into break here. Oh, and thank you, Sarah, for talking about weed control.
We at American Agricultural Laboratory in McCook, Nebraska are celebrating our 45th anniversary. Dr. Bob Olson started the laboratory as Olson's Lab, making its mark in the agriculture community. Christine joined Olson's lab team in 2003 as laboratory technician with 17 years of experience in the agricultural field. Kevin and Skip each have been with the lab for 34 years, both starting as chemists, Kevin becoming the lab manager and Skip becoming head of IT. In 2007, Christine and Kevin purchased the laboratory from Dr. Olson. Combining their 42 years of lab experience and different strengths, they first focused on customer service. This, along with proven proficiency of results, helped to more than double the client base in the first 3 years. At that time, the lab was just under 10,000 square feet and getting tight. In 2014, the name was changed to American Agricultural Laboratory to reflect the national and international growth of the company. In July 2015, renovations on a 36,000 square foot building began to accommodate more samples and equipment. By January 2016, American Agriculture Laboratory was fully functional in the new location at 700 West D Street in McCook. The spacious new building was designed to maximize flow and production while housing state-of-the-art equipment and provide a comfortable work environment for the staff. After many years of testing soil, fertilizer, manure, feed, plant tissue, water, and heavy metals, soil health was introduced and continues to grow and be very exciting. We are dedicated to customer service, excellence in our analysis, and progress in agronomy. Thank you to the clients who have gotten us this far. Welcome to new prospective clients and friends. We look forward to continuing to provide you with analysis you can grow with.
Takes a certain kind of person to farm this land. There are the kind who say, this is the way we've always done things. Then there are those fearless ones who see every seed, acre, and piece of equipment as an opportunity to upend expectations. Those are the ones who don't just have a farm, but run a business. Who treat every row tilled, hour logged, and crop harvested like their bottom line depends on it. Because it does. So they don't stand around hoping for the best. Instead, they run the best in the field. Like machines that don't just meet the demands of the job, but beat them. The kind that put an emphasis on performance, not paint color. And ones that can be trusted to be there for the long haul. Those are the ones who turn to Fendt. Because every day, every season is out there for the taking. But only for those who are ready to grow bold.
The National Sunflower Association's mission is to work on problems and opportunities for improvement for growers and our support industry. Research is one way of completing this mission. This includes funding projects to look at weed control, insects, plant spacing, and maturity for double crop sunflowers. You can check out results of this research on the National Sunflower Association website at www.sunflowernsa.com. While you're on the website, you can also sign up for the weekly newsletter called Sunflower Highlights. It includes highlights in markets and agronomic practices. If you are a new or returning grower to sunflowers, stop by your local K-State Extension office and pick up your High Plains Sunflower Production Handbook. The National Sunflower Association is your source for the latest information on sunflower production and sunflower markets.
Seasons change, but your land stays the same. You need the right solutions to keep you moving. That's why you rely on Acres Equipment, your Nebraska-owned premier John Deere dealership. Whether you're harvesting, protecting your crops, feeding your herd, maintaining your lawn, improving your business, or letting off some steam, Acres has what you need to get the job done. Acres Equipment, solutions for every field.
Hoxie Implement Company is your place to go for all your farming needs. When it comes to farm equipment, Case IH is the name you can trust and rely on. And Hoxie Implement Company has a wide variety of new and used equipment to help make your farming operation a profitable one. So whether you need a new combine, tractor, sprayer, cornhead, drills, or any other farm equipment, Hoxie Implement Company can take care of all your farming needs. Bring the future of farming into today by contacting the professional and friendly staff of Hoxie Implement Company.
Sentinel, the industry-leading liquid row monitor from Surefire Ag, eliminates costly mistakes that could subtract revenue from your bottom line. Sentinel utilizes your existing in-cab display to provide instant notification of flow variances and row blockages. Sentinel is the smart choice that pays for itself. Quick Draw drives sprayer productivity. Surefire Ag's automated spray tender system can meter, mix, and load a 1,000-gallon batch in just 8 minutes. Less time loading means more acres sprayed. Quick Draw from Surefire Ag, driving sprayer productivity. Learn more at surefireag.com.
So I hope everybody has gotten their amount of K-State Wildcat fight song as we're going through this today. So we're back from break. So if everybody would go ahead and who needs your CCA credits, send your email in for getting logged into this session. And we're going to switch gears and talk about some economics. So I had somebody make a comment that our next speaker is actually an agronomist, but apparently he moonlight as an economist, and that might be the case. So we have Lucas Haig with us. So Lucas is the Northwest Area Agronomist, organizer of Cover Your Acres, and so he is going to be talking about some economics of some dryland rotations and some tillage studies. And this is some research that's been going on down at Tribune for several years. And so here's the numbers behind moving into looking at some of these different rotations and tillage systems, because really when we start talking about making changes in folks' production systems is that they ask about the economic side of things and if that's a feasible move for them. So Lucas is going to visit with us about some of those economics. Lucas, you're muted. We couldn't get through a whole Zoom session without telling somebody that they're muted.
We are approaching the end, and I hope this hasn't been too traumatizing of an experience for our attendees. So, anyway, so yeah, I appreciate the introduction, Jeannie, and yeah, this is a little bit dangerous. You got an economist talking about economics, but at some point it all has to come together. And a large part of what I'm going to show today is not actually my original work. All the trial data that we use for this, the long-term rotation data, we're really fortunate to have the long-term studies at the Tribune station that Alan Schlegel has put into place there, really spanning decades now. And so that data gives us some insight that we typically don't get out of our trials that only last, a year, 3 years at most here and there. So. And then also a co-author on this, Monty Vanderveer. Some of you know Monty. He was our Southwest area economist and has since moved on, taken a job with USDA. But he really laid the framework for a lot of the economic analysis here and left my job to mostly getting some updates done. So, all right, onward, forward. So I want to start with a disclaimer. We've had a lot of weed scientists talk today, and I want to start with saying, I do understand and appreciate how challenging our weed management challenges are today, and so hopefully Jordan and Vipin and Sarah have given you some more tools and information to help make some better management decisions there, and that's what I'm hoping I can do. I'm not. At some level, it may seem like I'm dismissing how complicated this weed management thing is, and that's not at all what I want to do. But I do hopefully want to show you some glimpses of economic hope that, hey, this is worthwhile. Okay, so first poll question before we get too deep in here. Let's talk a little bit about fallow. How do I do fallow? So do you have no fallow in your system today? Are you 100% no-till, 100% tillage? Or maybe you've got a mix of acres on your operation. So let's take a second here to get a feel for what's happening out there. And after you put these things up, you always think about probably a better way of how you could have asked the question, but we're going to roll with this. Okay, that looks like things have pretty much stabilized in. We got a fair bit of 100% no-till in here. Option D, more no-till than tillage. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess probably what we're talking about there is a reduced till type system where we're still doing some tillage ahead of wheat seeding. Okay, now here's part 2 to this question. How have things changed for you in the last 5 years? Have you changed rotations to eliminate fallow? Have you given up some no-till for tillage? Have you remained 100% in whatever system you were in? Okay, so I think as we're seeing this come in, not terribly surprising, right? We certainly see some no-till acres given up. in favor of tillage. I think both from a weed management, resistance management standpoint, as well as the economics driving some of that. So not terribly surprising there. I think it's interesting changing rotations to eliminate fallow, and we've certainly seen that here in Northwest Kansas. We've got a fair bit of acres that are in continuous row crop. Not something we would have dreamed of doing, 15, 20 years ago on our dryland acres. So it is interesting how things have evolved. So the first part of what I want to talk to you about this afternoon is looking at some of Alan's data from Tribune. This is actually a 30-year study. So the continuous no-till treatments in here have been no-till for 30 years. This is the 30th harvest off of them. And so basically looking at, okay, we're holding rotation constant. Let's just look at the tillage piece of this and the economics that surround that. Okay, so what are the treatments in this study? Well, there's 3 treatments. So conventional till, tilled as needed to control weeds, typically 4 to 5 times a year with blade plow, sweep blade, and that can be after wheat or after sorghum. So either the wheat stubble or the sorghum stalks. Okay, reduced tillage. I think this is what was coming up in the survey question. We're doing no-till from wheat harvest through sorghum planting. But then we're doing some tillage after sorghum harvest before wheat planting in that traditional summer fallow period, doing some form of tillage in there. And then continuous no-till, so an exclusive use of herbicide for weed control throughout the whole rotation. So I said this study started in 2001. Originally, both the conventional till and the reduced till had tillage after wheat and after sorghum, just less of intensity, is about half tillage, half herbicide. But then starting in 2001, we went to this system that's here. From 91 to 01, there was tillage after both crops in the conventional and reduced till. So we're just looking at the most recent 20 years of this study. But the continuous no-till has always been no-till for 30 years. Okay, so if you've been to Cover Your Acres before, or any of Alan and I's talks, you've probably seen a slide very similar to this. This is looking at by year, starting here in 01 up through 20. The conventional is in red, blue is the reduced till, no-till in green. So here we're looking at wheat yields. And when you average this out, not a huge spread in wheat yields across the systems over the 3 years. So we're averaging, and we're not throwing anything out here. So this includes the zeros of 02, of 12 and 13. We're averaging 30 bushel on the no-till wheat, 25 and reduced 22 on conventional. Probably not surprising, right? Most people, we don't tend to see that big of a no-till response to wheat. And part of that is wheat's not our most water use efficient crop. When we think about inches of water or how many bushels of grain we get per inch of water, wheat's much flatter than either corn or sorghum. So we think, a key benefit here is it's being driven by water. So not surprising we don't see as huge of a difference. Now let's change gears and look at sorghum here. Looking across years, we're averaging not quite 80 bushel in the no-till, 50 in the reduced, 29 conventional. And you can see through years, that's a fairly consistent trend. We've got a few cases where some things, basically in 2017, no difference between conventional and reduced till. That was 160 bushel dryland sorghum at Tribune. We probably weren't water limited. We were probably heat unit limited in that situation. The thing I want to point out, though, is you look at the 79 and the 50, what's the difference between these two? Well, it's tillage ahead of drilling wheat. For both the reduced till and the no-till, both these crops were no-tilling the sorghum back into the wheat stubble. And so, what's really driving this here, we're seeing there is a residual effect. Doing tillage ahead of wheat planting is showing up in our sorghum yields. And it's not a one-off year that's driving this. You can look at almost any year over the last 20 here and see a significant difference between the no-till and the reduced till. Okay, so then the question becomes, is that, it's getting more difficult, more costly to maintain no-till fallow. Is this difference enough to justify how much money can I afford to spend? To what point does this not make any economic sense anymore? So that's what our analysis is going to try and take a look at. So let's talk a little bit about the assumptions we've made on cost. Using K-State custom rates from West Central Kansas to estimate machinery cost. I am including the cost of the preceding fallow period with the cost of crop production. So in other words, from the time we harvest sorghum to the time we harvest wheat, all of that expense is charged to the wheat crop. And from the time we harvest wheat to the time we harvest sorghum, all of that expense is charged to the sorghum crop. In this first analysis here, looking at this tillage study, we're not including a land charge because it would be the same for all tillage treatments. So the relative differences are still the same. And so basically we're looking at an economic comparison of these tillage systems. Do the higher yields pay for higher chemical costs? Okay, you can look at here. Here's the assumptions I've made. As we discussed, machinery is coming out of the K-State custom rates. Seed, fertilizer, this is kind of an average of numbers I got calling around to suppliers in the area saying, hey, what do you think we're going to be average for this crop year? And same way on herbicides. And on herbicides, I told them these are cash and carry prices and using generic when available. So you can kind of look there and see how far, if you see something I'm off the mark on, drop a message. But anyways, those are the assumptions we're making. On the revenue side, I'm using new crop cash price from the Cornerstone terminal from about noon today. So I plugged in 611 for wheat, 485 for sorghum. We are not including any crop insurance or government payments. That's a pretty difficult thing to wrap your hands around. So that's not included here on the revenue side. Okay, how do we figure our fertilizer expenses? Because, you know, the way these trials are often managed at the experiment stations, you know, for this, it's a tillage study. Well, we don't really want fertility to be limiting. And so we make some course adjustments, but by and large, we're going to, from an economic standpoint, if we were doing this at a whole farm level, we're going to treat things a little bit differently. We assumed that we're going to use anhydrous for wheat anytime we're using a tillage system, so either the conventional or the reduced till, and we're using UAN for the no-till system and for when we're doing reduced till sorghum. For the economics, we're basing our nitrogen use based on the K-State NREX for what our average long-term yields have been. So where we're on that 80 bushels in the no-till, we're expensing out an 80 bushel yield goal nitrogen recommendation. On the reduced till, where our long-term average is 50, I'm only expensing a 50 bushel yield goal nitrogen recommendation against that. So we are adjusting our nitrogen based on yield potential. On phosphorus, we're just going everything based on removal. We're assuming we've got good soil test P out there and we're just matching removal. So half a pound of phos per every bushel of wheat, 0.4 of a pound of phos for every bushel of sorghum. And on the wheat, we're putting it back on as MAP. On the sorghum, we're putting it back on as 1034-0. Okay, so I've given you the background before we do jump into this. I want to know, and this isn't an ABCD, this is just actually text us or message the number instead of an ABCD. If you're doing no-till fallow, head of wheat we're talking about, how much do you think you're spending? And this is for chem and application. Okay, and so and use a fair number for application. Nobody runs a sprayer for $1 an acre. I know this is a little tougher one. I didn't give you ranges. I'm a little tougher to ask you to pull a number off the top of your head. $7. We need to talk to that guy. How's he doing this for $7? Or maybe he's okay. Maybe it's 76 then. Sometimes my thumb slips and I hit send too soon also. Okay, so whoops, darn it, I shut it off too soon. Trying to scroll through here. So yeah, so interestingly, a fairly wide range of answers. We're seeing about 100 on the top side. We're seeing some 55s on the bottom side. You know, the challenge is here is you know, we know there's huge variability in terms of what individual producers get herbicide bought for, and also, you know, are you in what we're assigning for an application charge. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and roll on here. So this is I'm going to show a number of the results out of this economic analysis are going to be in these grids. And so in other words, you can kind of see the two different conditions. So across the top here, we've got wheat price. Across the side, we got sorghum price. And then where those two intersect is what we'd expect the number to be. So the first question is, okay, based on our yield responses at Tribune, based on the cost and the revenue assumptions I gave you earlier, we're basically at the question of, okay, how much can I afford to spend on no-till fallow? And in other words, and if you spent this number, that would basically say no-till is no different in profitability. Well, essentially is zero. Net returns would be zero. Okay. What I want to show here is let's look at how sensitive we are to wheat price or to sorghum price, because this is pretty interesting. Because again, we're talking about an operation that's ahead of the wheat crop, okay? But we saw in the yields, it really drives the sorghum crop. Okay, so if we go across the top here, let's just hold sorghum at $2, okay? But as we go from $2 wheat to $5.50 wheat, that's only a $17 difference in what we can afford to spend on no-till fallow. But now let's look at the sorghum side of things. If we hold wheat at $2 and we take sorghum from $2 to $5.50, we go from 90 to 193 bucks. That's a $103 spread in what we can afford to spend on no-till fallow. And so, the take-home message here is that larger, and this inherently makes sense, right? That larger yield response is in the sorghum crop. Okay, so we're going to be much more sensitive to sorghum price in terms of what we can afford to spend to stay in no-till. Is really the take-home message here. And that's why the rest of these things that I'll show you, well, I'm really only looking at sorghum price. We're kind of just holding wheat price constant, okay, at that 611 number, and just seeing what the range in sorghum does to us. Okay, now, so what we're looking at here here's the difference in how much more money do I make with no-till than reduced till, okay? Based upon how much I spend on the fallow and what's sorghum worth. Okay, so if we're saying, let's see, did I put boxes? I didn't have boxes on this. Okay, so let's just say that sorghum is $3.50 an acre. If it's costing me $100 an acre to maintain no-till fallow, that's saying that I'm still $54 ahead for no-till over reduced till. Okay, so we can start to look at where's that break point at. Well, and maybe a way to look at this is you can either hold price constant and say, okay, at $3.50 sorghum, I really somewhere here between 150 and 160 bucks an acre is where I really start to lose out to where there's no economic advantage to no-till. And in fact, if I'm spending more than say 155 bucks an acre, I'm losing money by staying in no-till. Okay, so anywhere here in the white, we're making more money in no-till. Anywhere here we're in the red, we would have made more money going to reduced till, pulling sweeps instead of spray. Okay, so that's kind of how a person would interpret that. For a given sorghum price, what could I afford to spend on my no-till fallow? Okay, now, so let's go back, and I'm guessing there's some folks in the audience that probably don't believe what I just showed, and maybe it goes back, and so then it really goes back to, that average difference in yields that we've seen at Tribune, looking at 80 bushel sorghum and no-till on a 20-year average versus 50 bushel. Maybe you think that's too big. Okay, maybe the gap on your operation is not as large as that. Okay. Because, basically we're saying that reduced till sorghum is making about 55% of no-till sorghum. Okay. So what if on your farm, what if the difference isn't that big? How does that affect what we just showed in terms of that break even for no-till fallow cost? Okay. So this is kind of the same general deal. We're looking at no-till fallow costs across the top. I'm fixing these. I'm holding prices constant at these new crop prices. Okay, so this is at 611 wheat, 485 sorghum. Here's our no-till fallow costs across the top. Okay, now here is, you want to plug in a different assumption than mine. Okay, so down here at the bottom, so here's no-till reduced till yield difference. Here's our assumption. Okay, so down here at the bottom, 79.50. This is what our Tribune data says. Okay. So that's what this line here represents. Now, maybe you think that that difference is only on your farm's only half as big as what we see at Tribune. So let's look at 50%. So in other words, we're saying on your farm, if you raise 79 bushel no-till sorghum, you think you'd probably only, you might raise 65 bushel reduced till sorghum. So you can see as you lower that difference between the two, how that changes the economics, okay? And so what we're saying here is if you don't believe there's any difference, okay, in yield between no-till and reduced till, you can afford to spend, and it's actually the numbers just shy of $80 an acre is what you can afford to spend, at which time it becomes more reasonable to do reduced till. So I think it's interesting, you can look here at this 50 number at current prices. That puts the break even somewhere between $130 and $140 an acre is what we could afford to spend on no-till fallow. If you think your benefit to no-till maybe is only half as big as what we see at Tribune. Now, so how price sensitive are we to this? Okay, so here's the same chart. Here's up top, new crop cash today, okay, versus down here. Let's rewind the clock a little bit. It wasn't that long ago. Let's plug in something a little more dismal, 435 wheat, 320 sorghum. And you can see how it shifts that red to the left. And so let's look at that 50% scenario again. Your difference is only half as big as what we see, okay? So here we are, 50% at today's prices would say we could spend somewhere between 130 and 140 bucks an acre. Again, that's herbicide and application, okay? Somewhere between 130 and 140 an acre. But if we go back to some cheaper grain prices, 130, 140. But if we go back to some cheaper grain prices, that now moves us down that break even somewhere between 100 and 110 bucks an acre, okay? And so, we are sensitive. And really what's probably driving this more than anything is the sorghum price more so than the wheat. Okay, so what are my thoughts on this? I don't want to dismiss how challenging it is. I know it's not as simple as just spending money, but money is part of it, and money's part of that decision process. I think people are going through as they're deciding what can I afford to do, what pays. Improvements on commodity prices will hopefully slow the abandonment of no-till, because again, going back to hopefully what I just illustrated is, we can afford to spend more to stay in no-till when prices are better. There is work going on occasional tillage studies at Tribune, Garden, and Hayes. I just happened to put the Tribune data up here. So this is full no-till, doing one sweep pass in June of the fallow period, or one sweep pass in post-wheat harvest in the stubble. So far, not seeing much separation in yields, maybe a little more so here on the sorghum. We're averaging 121 bushel in the no-till, 118 when it's swept once in the fallow period, 114 when it's swept after wheat harvest. And that's not terribly surprising. We know that wheat residue is valuable, and so that's where we would expect to see differences start to emerge first, is when we're sweeping that wheat stubble ahead of planting sorghum. So anyways, that work is ongoing. Okay, going to shift gears here right quick to alternative crops and intensified rotations. And so a big part of this is thinking about, I mentioned before we were ignoring land costs because our land costs were going to be the same. We was just making a tillage decision. But when we think about different rotations, alternative crops, more intense rotations, land costs has to become part of that decision. And there's a lot of acres still on crop share. Arguably, it's the best way to share a risk, but it can certainly be a hindrance on progress. And we've seen that, sometimes the landlord might dictate rotation restrictions. Adoption of no-till can be a challenge, especially if the landlord's not willing to share some of that fallow herbicide cost. It goes back to, well, who's receiving the yield benefit? Well, the landlord's getting a third of it, and they're also arguably getting close to 100% of the soil quality benefit. And so, I think that's part of why we've seen more ground move towards a cash rent scenario. Important to remember also, even if you own the ground, at least on paper, you probably need to be paying yourself a fair market rent in order to have a fair look at the economics of your operation. Okay, so we're going to think everything I'm going to talk about here on is just in cash rent, because that's the easiest to think about. And I think it's worthwhile. We'll talk a little bit about how do you allocate cash rent to individual crops in a rotation. Okay, let's jump to agronomy though for a minute here before we go on in this. After which crop will there be I got a typo, will be the least amount of water left in the profile at harvest? I had cash rent on the brain. After which crop will there be the least amount of water left in the profile at harvest time? This is interesting. We have pretty strong opinions about this. Nobody's grouping anything together. Okay. All in, all done. All right. Whoops. So yeah, so there's where we ended up. So most of you said that you expected there to be less water after sorghum than really anything else, followed by corn, then wheat. Corn, sorghum about the same. Only 6% of you said they'll all be about the same. Okay, well, let's start with wheat. So here's, let's see here, 20 years of data out of another one of Alan's studies at Tribune. This is looking at the distribution through time. We average at wheat harvest, there's about 3.2 inches of profile water left at harvest. And you can see kind of the distribution here, but really centered around just over a tick over 3 inches, okay? But you know what else has a tick over 3 inches? Sorghum and corn. Interestingly, about 20, this would not be really, none of these are statistically different from each other. By and large, and even on between sorghum and corn, only about 20 hundredths difference there. In sorghum, about 10 hundredths more than wheat. Statistically, really none of those would drop out differently. So that's an interesting thing to think about, is really at the time at harvest, we're basically kind of hitting the reset button. The profile's in about the same condition in terms of water. Well, what's that mean why are we talking about this in the midst of a land cost discussion? Well, we think about how do we allocate rental costs. I think it's worthwhile to think about, okay, it's at harvest, we're basically starting over in the same spot. And really it's about there going forward. What are we really harvesting? What are we really paying for when we pay cash rent? Well, in some respect, we're paying for access to rainfall. It's obviously the ground to grow it on, but the resource we're really harvesting here is precipitation. Okay, so let's think about this is an example of just basing it on time. Okay, so for different rotations, and this is based on water, and I'm starting for any given crop, I'm starting at basically harvest of the prior crop. Okay, so if we think about these different rotations for each phase of the crop, when does it start, when does it end, how many days is that? And if we just allocated it strictly on a time basis, assuming a $50 cash rent, this is how those costs would split out for those different phases of the rotation, okay? And maybe time's not exactly the best way to do it. How might be some other ways we think about this? Oh, there's just some examples there. Okay, so let's think about a wheat, corn, or sorghum fallow. So a 3-year rotation, $50 an acre, so that's $150 total cost over that 3-year rotation. Well, we could just split it evenly and say, well, the corn's got to carry half and the wheat's got to carry half. So that'd be one way of approaching it. We could split it based on calendar days, okay, from harvest of one crop till the planting of the next, or from harvest of crop to harvest of crop, really, I guess is what we're looking at. Okay, or we could split it by precipitation. And you'll notice there's not, at least for this particular rotation, there's not a lot of difference. Now, we go looking at some alternative crops and how we put things in there, depending upon what's capturing our high rainfall months of May, June, July versus what's not. We can see that if we're splitting our cash rent out by precipitation, that can start to change quite a bit. I would argue that the splitting it by precipitation is probably the fairest way of doing it. That's I guess in my mind, kind of what we're really after. What we're paying for is that access to water. And so for, again, here on the corn, or excuse me, on the wheat, $83 an acre, but we're paying from the time, essentially the time the corn quits using water all the way through the time wheat quits using water. That's a long time and a lot of inches of precip. Okay, so let's think about this in terms of fallow alternatives. And so if you discover your acres a couple years ago, last year we talked a lot about alternative crops. Several times we've talked about peas as a potential fallow alternative. So how would we allocate land cost in a wheat corn fallow versus a wheat corn pea rotation? Or you can substitute sorghum for corn as well. So if we look at it just based on time, kind of works out to be 60-40. The precip works out to be about 56-44. So there's a split based on a $50 an acre per year rent. Okay, versus down here, if we go wheat, corn, pea, okay, there's really no difference in the corn, but what have we really done from an economic standpoint? Well, what's killing us on summer fallow wheat? Well, it's the fact that we've got, $83 acre cash rent, and a lot of that's tied up in fallow. So what we're doing is we're shifting some of that land cost to the peas. We're shifting over about 33 bucks of that to the peas. So now we only got to pay 50 bucks cash rent on that wheat crop. So that changes the dynamics quite a bit. That also changes, often our wheat after peas doesn't yield as good as wheat after summer fallow, but it costs us 33 bucks an acre less to grow it too, just because of that difference in land charge. So we've got to look at the whole system. All right, what about spring wheat? Been getting a lot of questions on spring wheat. How, if you're sitting down to look at the budgets on that, how might you think about it? So here we are, wheat, corn, fallow. We've seen these numbers before. What if we go a spring wheat corn rotation? Well, corn doesn't change. We're still eating up the same amount of precip with our corn, but now that spring wheat, it's costing us about 33 bucks an acre land rent to have that there. Okay. What if we go spring wheat, corn, corn? Okay, still 33 bucks on the spring wheat, 66 bucks on that first year corn. What changes here is, think about this second year corn. Okay, on that budget, it's only costing us 50 bucks. And so you can start to think about, how much yield reduction can I stand on that second year corn crop? Well, you can start off by saying, hey, it's costing me 16 bucks an acre less to raise it, and probably also less fertilizer as well. So anyways, just something to think about in terms of how we partition those costs out when we're looking at alternative crops or intensified rotations. Oh, and there's nice little green boxes to highlight what I just talked about. Okay. So the key is you got to evaluate the whole system. Okay. So we think about looking at a wheat, corn, sorghum, pea versus wheat, corn, sorghum, fallow. Okay, we're just shifting land costs, we're shifting some herbicide costs. Oftentimes when we're looking at changing up rotations, we're trading out some machinery costs. Okay, I'm reducing the number of sprayer passes I would do compared to a wheat, corn, fallow, but I'm picking up the planting and harvesting cost of this fallow alternative crop that I've stuck in there. I'm giving up some wheat revenue. The wheat's probably not going to yield as well, but I'm gaining some pea grain revenue. Basically, in this example, what we're doing is we're making wheat cheaper to grow with the expectation that this cost reduction for the wheat and the revenue from the peas is at least going to offset how much revenue we give up in the wheat. So we're cutting costs here, we're picking up some pea revenue, and hopefully when we look at that whole 3-year period, we're dollars ahead. Okay, here's one last thing, and maybe a little more of hopefully a take-home thing to think about. That'd be useful to you is the evaluation, often this question of maybe you're traditionally in a wheat, sorghum, fallow rotation, but how do I make that decision about doing recrop sorghum? Okay. And this study's been going on at Tribune since 1996, where we've got wheat, sorghum, sorghum, fallow, wheat, sorghum, fallow. Okay. And so what we're looking at basically here is the yield of second crop sorghum versus the yield of first crop sorghum. Okay, within that same year. So each one of these data points represents a year. So for example, here, let's get right down here to this one right here on the line. So this year was, somewhere in the neighborhoods of the low 90s on sorghum into wheat stubble. Sorghum on sorghum was making just a bit over 60. Okay, if you put all that together, and this is actually a fairly decent relationship, on average, the second crop sorghum is making somewhere in the neighborhood in the high 60s to low 70s compared to first crop sorghum. Okay, so we can take this relationship and apply some economics to it and say, okay, when does it make sense to recrop sorghum? Now, you kind of have to make a guess on what you think your first crop sorghum could make, but sometimes we got a little better feel for that. So what's this? Again, let's bring the land conversation back into it. Well, how does it, if we compare a wheat sorghum fallow versus wheat sorghum fallow, how does that change our cost structure? Okay, wheat doesn't really change, still 83 bucks an acre. That first crop sorghum doesn't change, still 66 bucks an acre. But what does change is it becomes cheaper to raise this second sorghum crop. Okay, again, we've already reduced it by 16 bucks on the land charge, and we have lower yield expectation here. So we're recapturing a little bit of that in terms of lower fertility costs as well. Okay, so another one of these grids. So using that long-term relationship at sorghum, long-term relationship from Tribune, across the top here, this is your best guess, okay, on what your first crop sorghum would make, what you think sorghum into wheat stubble would make. So that's, you kind of have to start with what's your best guess on that. And then down here on this side is sorghum price. And then, so based on behind the scenes here is that relationship of second crop yield to first crop yield, okay? And the same economic assumptions said earlier. This is using new crop 21 price that you could get today, and all the same cost assumptions that we discussed earlier. So if I think that my first crop sorghum is going to make 80, and sorghum's worth 450. My net returns, and this is true net, this includes that land charge we talked about, okay? So if I think first crop sorghum's going to make 80, sorghum's worth 450, my expected net returns on second crop sorghum is around 101 bucks an acre, okay? And again, you can kind of see what that sensitivity is to price. Really, obviously, at today's prices, I guess I could have went lower than 50 bushel, but by that time, we're probably into insurance guarantees and it gets really messy. But over this range of yields here, you can kind of see what our expected break-evens would be for second crop sorghum. Okay, and that was actually the last thing I had to show. Jeannie, I think I even left a little bit of time for questions.
You did. We've got just a few minutes left here. Okay, so we'll jump right into questions. Let's see. Cody, do you want to ask the first one?
Lucas, is there any data at Hayes on reduced tillage versus no-till on sorghum in the fallow period?
Yeah, so actually there is a long-term study, reduced till to no-till, that's been going on since I believe the late 60s. And in general at Hayes, they've not seen as large of a response to no-till as what we've seen at Tribune. I don't have those numbers right in front of me, Cody, but I remember the response is not quite as large, although still generally a generally positive response. I will say, there's some years of that maybe our fertility hadn't kept up with yield expectations. There's always a lot of interactions that go into there. But I tell you what, if the person that asked that question, they can drop us an email and we can sure get them in touch with the hard numbers on that.
And on this one here, Lucas, the other one in the question and answer, any studies playing with cover crop on no-till fallow that would reduce chemical costs?
Yeah, so there has been a fair bit of work on that, both at Garden City, Hayes, at the HB Ranch south of Cedar Bluff. And then also we've had some on-farm work that was done as part of a CIG project. And so I know, actually, we just had a couple cover crop meetings hosted by several of the local extension units. That data is out there. It's probably more than we can talk about right here. But again, I'd invite the person to ask that, reach out to one of your local extension agents, Augustine Abor at Hayes or John Holman at Garden City or myself, and we can get you in touch with that particular information. I hate to not answer it, but that's a huge, but yes, we've got that work going on, but it's not easily condensed.
And that's all the questions I have in the Q&A at this time, Lucas.
Okay, thanks, Cody. Sandra, do you have one?
Yes, Jeannie, let me get to my questions here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Lucas, a question came in when you were talking about switching, from reduced till to no-till. They want to know what you think about switching from reduced till to no-till in 1 year, if it will show any benefit, or does the field need to be in no-till for 10 plus years maybe before you're going to see any differences in the data that you were showing?
Yes, I would say in general, and I think most no-till studies and most producers have implemented no-till would say, it takes years. The effect, the benefit increases with time. You don't necessarily see it all in the first year, and part of that is we know where things like improved infiltration, some of the soil quality things takes time to change. I think that's part of what we're seeing in the occasional tillage studies that John and Augustine and Alan have going on is, after being in no-till for 20, 30 years, these systems probably do have some resiliency. And so going out and pulling a sweep once, is that going to destroy everything you've ever done to improve the system? Probably not, okay? And the data would show not. I mean, we're a couple, 4 or 5 years, 6 years into this, and the differences we're starting to see are fairly shallow. Now, the question is going to be, is that as those occasional tillage studies continue, do those differences start to widen back out? Does it take time to tear down the benefits of no-till just as it did to take time to create them? I think and I think the answer is yes. These are slow moving things. And so if you're in long-term no-till sweeping at once, are you going to destroy everything you ever did? No. But I don't know. There's a breaking point in there somewhere. And honestly, I don't think we know where it is.
Jeannie, I had another question too come in.
Go ahead.
Okay. They wanted to know if you consider fallowing ahead of sorghum in dry areas in a wheat fallow, sorghum fallow rotation. They're kind of seeing that maybe it costs more in fallow, but the yield differences may pay for it. What do you think?
Yeah. Maybe I misunderstood the question. I think that's, if I understood the question right, I think that's exactly what our data at Tribune would show is that the penalty for doing the fallow is really showing up in the sorghum crop. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that's the driving factor here. And it's even though you're doing the tillage ahead of the wheat, the biggest penalty is showing up in the sorghum, right? Or did I misunderstand the question?
I can read the question again and see what you think. Have you considered fallowing ahead of sorghum in dry areas in a wheat, fallow, sorghum, fallow rotation? And then they stated it costs more in fallow, but the yield difference may pay for it.
Okay. Yeah, so I think, at least in our wheat sorghum fallow, the conventional till, that's basically doing tillage ahead of wheat and ahead of sorghum. And that's consistently the worst case scenario. And that's because of, that wheat stubble is the most critical residue in our system. And so destroying that, really hurts us. So you got our most valuable residue ahead of our most responsive crop to water. And so that's a really inopportune time to do fallow. I think anytime we're doing tillage to that wheat stubble ahead of a row crop, I think that penalty is going to be fairly significant.
Okay, so I'm watching a couple of questions come in here. And so, Lucas, if it's okay with you, we're going to invite the two weed scientists to come back talking about some weed challenges, and when we're talking about some of these rotations. And Sarah and Vipin, both of the questions that we're seeing is talking about tumble windmill grass. How can we get a handle on it? How do we get a handle on tumble windmill grass if we are not using tillage on this? They're asking for alternative herbicides. Glyphosate hasn't been real effective, and we know that that tumble windmill grass is fairly tolerant to glyphosate. So do you have any ideas for options on herbicide weed control for tumble windmill grass? And Sarah and Vipin, you don't both jump at the same time here.
You know that this is going to be our favorite question to answer, Jeannie.
Well, it's the question I get a lot, so I'm interested to hear if your answer is different than mine.
Well, I think my answer is we don't have a good answer. Is that what you would say, Jeannie?
That's exactly what I would say.
It's definitely something that we need to look at with some new chemistries, but we don't have a good answer.
And in many cases, the tumble windmill grass, looking at some of the research that's been done prior, you can get a handle on tumble windmill grass when it's very tiny. And so you may actually be getting some help from glyphosate when it's very small, but once it gets much size to it and gets established in the bunch that it grows in, it's very challenging. And part of the challenge with the tumble windmill grass is that I had one other weed scientist tell me it's drought stress for most of its life, and it has a very, very shallow root system. And so just getting a herbicide into it and getting control on it is just very challenging. It's very persistent. Even burning the top of the tumble windmill grass off, there seems to be enough to support regrowth on that. So that's
there's changes in the plant that make it nearly impossible to control once it becomes established. So I think, maybe the comment to make there then would be to be vigilant about checking it as it creeps in, right? You want to get it before it creeps in and it is established, and not wait until it's established. It's kind of maybe thinking about how you scout a little bit.
I'd really echo that. I think sometimes that's where we get into problems. I know Jeannie and I often get the call, and it's after it's already completely through the whole field. And maybe we sat on our hands and didn't want to set on our hands because we really don't want to pull a sweep through the field. Okay. And so, but I think there's benefit to being aggressive here. Again, back to this, we're not going to destroy everything with one pass of tillage. And so if we can get it while it's on the field edges and be aggressive of it as it's moving in, maybe we can prevent ourselves from having to work the whole field later on. So I would, there's a little bit of on the weeds group here a while back, internally we discussed a little bit about maybe, and we hear some rumblings, people seeing some activity from mesotrione on it. The other thing I'd put out is if you've got a really good stand of windmill grass, I know Sarah and Jeannie have both told me the biggest challenge of us doing trials on windmill grass is finding places that have big uniform stands. And so if you have a rec, please get in touch with us. We'd love to put some trials out and try and make something good out of that situation.
Thank you for that plug, Lucas.
Yes, because that's been a constant conversation with Sarah and I, is to get some herbicides out. I noticed in the Q&A there's been several folks who are making comments, ACCAs, clethodim, some others. Because of those, we would really like to try some of those types of treatments out in the field. So if you've got a uniform stand, give us a call.
Please.
Lucas, I see that you put up another slide here. Are you wanting to cut off questions, or
are there more questions, or are we ready to roll on?
There's another one that came in. Do you know the reason for the yield difference between no-till and reduced till? Is it more related to the surface residue from no-till or long-term soil health benefits from no-till? How has the organic matter and other soil health measures changed between cropping systems at Tribune?
Yeah, so I think
regards to milo yields.
Okay, so it's really all the above. We have documented some soil quality improvements here a couple of years ago. We talked about, we do see marked differences in infiltration between the no-till, the reduced till, and the conventional till. What I didn't mention is in this study, Alan also had the foresight. This ground was broke out in 91 out of native sod. And Alan had the foresight to leave some native sod plots in there as well. And actually, we see higher infiltration rates in the no-till cropland than we do native sod. And that often surprises people. So no, there's obviously some soil quality impacts going on. The other thing I'll say is it's oftentimes, we talk a lot about soil water at planting, but it's more than just that. We know we do a better job of storing water in between crops. Our fallow efficiencies are higher. We see more water in the no-till, but the yield responses we get are more than what we can explain by soil water at planting. And so it's not just about water at planting, but we also are making better use of the precipitation that falls in season. And residue obviously is a huge part of that. But to answer the question, it's all the above. It's water, it's soil quality, it's residue, it's a system.
Lucas, there's one more question that came in from YouTube, and the question is there a yield drag on corn in a corn following Milo versus a continuous corn dryland system?
That's a really good question. And we don't have any studies that directly make that comparison. We don't attempt in any of Allen's long-term rotations at Tribune. They don't attempt a continuous corn at Tribune. That is pretty dicey. I would not expect corn following sorghum to perform very different than corn following corn. I guess I'm trying to think, from a water use standpoint, from a residue standpoint, those things are going to be fairly similar. So short answer is we don't have any hard data to answer that with, but from what we see in other studies at Tribune, we do have wheat sorghum corn fallow versus wheat corn sorghum fallow. We don't see much difference between corn following sorghum or sorghum. Whatever crop is following wheat always does the best. And that second row crop generally is roughly the same percentage of what that first row crop would have made in the same year.
Great. I think that handles all of the questions that we have here.
All right. So really want to thank Jeannie and all the other local agents who helped behind the scenes fielding your questions and our staff here at the office. Just a few things I want to close up with before everyone logs off. Just make you aware of that the local unit agents in Northwest and North Central Kansas have visited with a lot of you and put together what we think some hot topics are. These are going to be short sessions. You can see the dates here. They're going to run from 10:30 to 11:30 in the morning Central Time, and you can see the various topics we've got through here. Jeannie's going to post a link in the chat window if you want to go to the web page and get more information on this. We've got, if you're a new or returning sorghum grower, we've got some talks geared to you. If you're dealing a lot with corn insect resistance, we've got a talk geared for that. We're really fortunate to have Julie Peterson from UNL really at the forefront of this topic is gonna guest lecture for us on that. So a lot of you had alfalfa issues last year in North Central Kansas. We're gonna focus in on that for one of those mornings too. So pick and choose what might be of interest to you. Sarah mentioned weed guides are available at the local unit offices, or if you're carrying a phone or a tablet, Jeannie will have the PDF link for the weed guide in the chat window. You can just click on that and download the PDF. And that's it for the 18th annual Cover Your Acres. I was joking with folks here in the office. The beauty of this is we have no cleanup to worry about right now. So really appreciate you all attending. Let us know how we did, what we could have done better, how this worked for you. We'll send out a survey here in a couple days. These sessions will be put up on the web where you can watch them later. It's probably going to take us a week to get that done. We'll get them cut up into pieces. But when that happens, we'll send out those links as well. So Jeannie, unless there's any other burning questions or comments, I think we'll call it a day.
I don't see any other questions. Thanks everybody for hanging with us. It's a little chaotic sometimes on the back side, but hopefully it appeared very smooth on the front side. But yes, I would agree with Lucas. If you have any questions, just let us know.
All right. Thanks again, everybody. Thank you to our sponsors, and everybody have a good rest of the day.
Okay, Jeannie and Lucas, can you hear me? I don't have my laptop open.
Yes, I can hear you, Sandra.
Okay, that one question that I asked Lucas, you may want to look at his email. It's a Jordan, I'm going to go back to it because he kind of clarified what he was asking. It's a